Hello, hello, my friends. What's up? Happy Saturday. What's up, Danieldo? Schmemerin? Gwen Scissors, Nicholas Clooney, Colladern, Pokewizard, Bleout, X-Laser, Nicholas Clooney, Virtuous Virtuosa, Zizivivification, Lord Snow, Nox Frags, is the website accurately tracking for Spire 2? It's beginning to track. I don't know if it's accurate at the moment. There's with the game being unfinished as it is, and things having only released relatively recently, it's still very much a work in progress. So there might be inaccuracies. I have no idea. Yesterday's challenge runs were awesome. Yeah, it's doing its best. It sure is, as we all are. Gyro Falcon with 6 months of support. Challenge runs were awesome yesterday. They sure were. We're gonna be doing some more challenge running today. Yeah, for those who missed it, yesterday we managed to, with 1 hit point to spare, beat Silent starter deck only. That was very cool. And that came right off the back of doing the very same thing with the Regent. Although both of these did also have a curse card in the deck, rather than being pure starter. That's still within the parameters of the challenge that I set, and so I'm marking these as complete victories with starting cards only on Regent and Silent. Crazy that those were back-to-back. Absolutely crazy. Starter decks 2 streak, yeah, it's real. And then we almost got past Soulfish with a replay strike and the strike dummy Unclad. I don't feel like the other relics were good enough to really get this one going. The Book of 5 Rings and the Candy do essentially nothing in this challenge, so I'm okay with this defeat. Wait, you can see the potions in the potion belt? That's cool. You can see the potion slots in the run history screen. When did they add that? And it only shows you the ones that you end the run with. So it's like empty on everything. That's funny. That is cool. So now I don't want to free the fairy. Now the goal is to keep the fairies and show them off on the run history screen. 13 Absols with the tier 1 sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Yeah, look how you died with all these potions. I mean, they mentioned something about a badge that reminds you that you forgot to spend money. So maybe the same thing with potions here. It's pretty funny. What's up, Wallaby Jones? Happy Saturday. Oh yeah, I did want to lower our music volume for today's content, at least at the start here. The main menu theme on this game is particularly bombastic. Although maybe that's a little too quiet. Or just 50. You didn't forget to spend money. It was just a bad Act 3 layout. I mean, that can happen too, definitely. It can definitely happen. So what I wanted to do today was spend some time talking about Defect, the bluest robot in the Spire. Of all the robots in the Spire, Defect is the most blue. And that makes him the best, I think, personally. Defect feels like one of the more complete characters to me. I think that's partially because they were inheriting from the first game, and partially because the new additions that they gave to Defect really feel like they fit in with the kit of Defect very mechanically well. Unlike somebody else who got new additions that I don't necessarily think feel like they fit in all that well. The new cards that Defect got are great. We got a whole new orb type in glass. Along with cards that generate it, we got a expansion of cards the character already had that generated statuses, namely Overclock and Turbo, became part of a broader toolkit interacting with statuses, even migrating and slightly altering some cards from the other character, and adapting them into things that really feel like they fit in really well on this guy. So I think Defect's ultimately in a really good spot and has a lot of very functional archetypes, just a lot of really good cards in general. which actually I think is going to make it kind of difficult to rank them in a tier list form, because I feel like part of my opinion on this is currently going to be like, all the cards are good. But I'm going to try to evaluate all of the cards on the Defect and rank them. That's the goal here anyway, as the first part of our stream today. And that means I'll be interacting a lot less with chat. I've disabled our point redemption stuff just for the first portion of today's stream so that I can get a coherent, like one clean recorded YouTube vid. There are a lot of cards to talk about, so I imagine even if I only spend a little bit of time talking about each card, this will probably take quite a while to do, like an hour-ish long, just to discuss every single card, because there are many cards in the video game. Yeah, Defect feels like they can mix and match archetypes pretty well. Card game has cards imagined. So many cards in the card game. So many rares, especially. Just won a run with a small deck using 2 Feral's Claw, all for 1, and it was glorious. Yeah, the Claw is genuinely a lot better. Yeah, Claw is genuinely a lot better. In Spire too. There's a myriad of reasons for that. I'll probably talk about those during the tier listing and the ranking of the Claw. I'm going to be using a tier list site. We're going to be using... I've got a whole setup for this. Yeah, this looks pretty good, right? Perfect. Yeah, this is the visual format I was thinking we would use here. So, and here I'll give some broad theorizing on the. I guess I can maybe center my camera a bit better. That looks a bit better. Perfect. Kind of like midway between. Perfect. Do I plan to do this for the other characters too? Yeah, I think this would be really good to do for Clad and for Silence. Probably Silent I would do next, because I feel like I have the second best grasp of Silence. It should be an extra tier just for Snecko-Eye. I feel like Defect in particular doesn't care that much about whether they have a Snecko-Eye or not. There's a lot of big expensive cards, but there's also a lot of very cheap cards. Yeah, so my broad logic for categories here. The tiers I've created are always excellent. These are cards that basically are always at least worth thinking about adding to the deck because they fit into any archetype and just have really broad applicable use or just insane upfront value, which makes them great to pick up basically no matter what you're doing. Good output is for cards that just get a lot of stuff done, and are therefore also worth picking up, and are particularly high-value pickups in the early game, because they just kind of shine brighter than the other cards in the category. Combo pieces are cards that are not really something you can just pick up in your first card reward and have them be good, but generally require other pieces to be in the deck before you're able to get value out of them, but are nonetheless potentially very strong inclusions in a deck as well. Key ways to scale or ways to get your combos in play. Will I do another tier list on full release? Yes, we'll definitely have to reevaluate. Part of why I'm doing Defect first, actually, is that I think because the character's card pool seems like it's in a good place, it's got a lot of good cards, and it feels pretty coherent, I expect less reworks of cards on this character, and so I feel more like a tier list is going to have at least a little bit of staying power because things aren't going to change a ton. Whereas I don't feel that way for Ironclad, the other character we mentioned today. I feel like Clad has room to just like completely cut maybe like 10 cards and replace them with new things to arrive at what Clad is going to eventually be. But Defect feels like it's almost complete already to me. I'm going to be... I didn't put my game back to the base value, so the in-game display we're going to get is going to be from the the beta version, there's actually going to be mismatch on the art occasionally. For example, the tier list I've got here is the beta art of hotfix, I think, and the in-game one will use the updated hotfix. So we'll have a little bit of a mismatch. But that's, I think, okay. That, I think, is A-okay. Where did hotfix go? Hold on, I'm seeing a problem here. Where's hotfix? Oh, there it is. Okay, I see it. It's just not on screen. Gotcha. You have to read the cards? You do, yeah. Reading the card explains the card. What about a card like Voltaic? It's a card that isn't good without the right combos, but the combos aren't hard to get, and it's so powerful with combos, there are no way it deserves to be in the middle tier. Yeah, no, that's a spoiler. I think Voltaic's probably going in the very highest tier. Because of, as you mentioned, how easy it is to get the combo pieces. One of the core combo pieces with Voltaic is called Zap. It's in the starting deck, and so that I think puts Voltaic a tier above. Spoilers. But yeah, I think Voltaic is a little bit busted. At 3 cost, it's not quite as ridiculous, but it's still quite strong. Spoilers in my tier list. Okay, so I think the category, and oh yeah, I didn't explain the remaining categories. Desperate Takes are cards that, I'll reiterate this at the start of the tier list video. We're just kind of practicing right now. Desperate Takes are going to be cards that you pick in the early game because you kind of have to, because you didn't get offered anything better that does the job. Like, I'm taking this because I need immediate damage or immediate block, and I don't want this card in my deck, but I'm still going to take it because it will get me through the Garden Eels fight. Yeah, Sweeping Beam is probably an example of a Desperate Take. And then low value, I don't expect to see a lot of cards here. This is a card where it's just really hard to get use out of it. It doesn't provide enough value to actually do much, but it does something like in theory, but it's valued wrong in such a way that it's hard to actually use, or it's just plain too slow or ineffective to actually be very helpful and is therefore really undesirable. So probably not that many cards in these two categories. Again, I think this character doesn't have that many cards where you just don't want them. But I'm sure there'll be a couple. Worse than a starter card tier, yeah. Yeah, there's a couple. Manaz with 7 months of support. Love the content. Here's to many more. Glad to hear it. What's up, Ains Elaine? We're going to be starting with a tier list today. Is there a secret claw tier? The claw. I'm gonna try to treat claw with sincerity. Well, it was actually good and you don't know what changed? I can explain. At least I think I can try to explain. Of the always excellent tier, yes. The very highest tier. The secret tier. Okay, I need to make sure that our cards are ordered correctly. In this screen. No multiplayer cards. Just common, uncommon, and rare cards. Sorted rarity first, alphabetical second. Yeah, that's how I have it laid out. This is wrong. It should be Beam Cell, Ball Lightning Beam Cell. Not sure how to, like... There we go. Not sure how to tell it, like, this is the first priority, this is the second priority. But you can get it there. Here we go. These are now in the right order. Perfect. Perfecto. Okay, so Ball Lightning will be the first card. Let me make sure this is easy for me to do. I think this is the easiest thing. I can still choose chats. Perfect. Okay. Perfecto. Peace Outside says, just want to say you really appreciate my mic settings. Never noticed any mouth noises or loud breath sounds that a lot of people seem to get wrong with aggressive compressor setting. Yes. Noise gate. Noise gate is your best friend. What else do I have on this thing? Noise gate and noise suppression are your best friends. And a good mic with a, with a pop filter helps a little bit too, but it definitely is the software settings. Hopefully this tier list won't become immediately outdated next beta. I'm hoping not. I'm hoping not. Empyrean, by the way, thanks for the Prime sub. I feel like there was another one I missed a moment ago. Yeah, Manaz with 7 months. Just started with YouTube videos since Spire 2 has come out. It's been in almost every stream. Love the content. Here's to many more. All right. All right, we should get started here. Like I said, this is going to be a long one. I'm actually going to take a very quick bio break. I just realized I drank a lot of water before stream, and this will take a while. And I definitely need to not have to pee during the middle of it. So, I'm going to take like a 2-minute break here, and then we're going to do our tier list. Ape Apocalypse, both with the Prime sub in 5 months. All right, I'll be right back. All right, chat. We are back. We are back. Perfect. Spall Lightning Barrage, Beam Cell. Great. Very good. Just in time for a juicy tier list. Right back at you, Ains Elaine. Thanks for being here. All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Spire. Today, we are talking about Defect cards. We're going to be ranking all of the Defect cards that are in Slay the Spire 2. I want to give a brief explanation before we begin of our tiering logic here, the categories that I've set and how the cards are going to be ranked within them. So we've got 5 categories. At the very tippy top, we have Always Excellent. These are cards that are universally good in just about any type of deck. It doesn't mean you always want to take these cards when you see them, but they're extremely strong in some way or have relatively little cost for taking them in such a way that you should pretty much always at least think about taking these cards when they appear before you. Next tier down, Good Output cards are cards that just provide a really high base effect. They're very efficient in some way or just give a lot of power in such a way that they are well worth thinking about and therefore are often worth including in a deck, even if they don't necessarily fit into the archetype of that deck. They're not as powerful as the cards in the Always Excellent tier, but they do a lot of stuff. Combo pieces are cards you can't really add to the starting deck and have them be good, but will work really well if you combine them with other things, making a combo. And so if you have the right pieces from the other categories, then combo pieces become really good pickups. Desperate Takes are cards that just don't fit very well with other cards. They don't form combos or do all that much, and so they're only cards you really want if you're in the early game and you don't have a better option. A better way to solve some of the early game fights, like multi-enemy fights in particular. And low-value cards at the very bottom are cards that are unreliable, unpredictable, unuseful, or otherwise just kind of all-around bad in such a way that it's really hard to get use out of them. That's not to say that they're useless cards or never takes, but it is to say that they are rarely worth it. So those are the categories. Within the category, we're going to be ranking by rarity. So we're going to do all the commons, then all the uncommons, and all the rares. Within the categories, I'm going to sort them from left to right. So the leftmost card is the best in the tier, and the rightmost card is the worst in the tier. All right, with that all explained, let's just dive right on into it. There's a lot of cards to talk about. So let's start talking. Starting with the first alphabetical common, Ball Lightning. Ball Lightning is one of the classic attacks from Slay the Spire 1. You get 7 damage, 10 on the upgrade, plus a lightning orb that does 3 damage per turn, plus 8 when you evoke it. It's just a lot of damage for 1 energy, which makes it a very good early game pickup, as well as a way to build into orb synergies. And anything that involves more lightning orbs is going to appreciate a Ball Lightning. And I think that means it goes in our Good Output tier here, because it is an excellent little pickup. I think this is beta art. Oh yeah, by the way, we're currently reviewing the early access version of the game. A lot of these cards are going to change over time. Some of them will get new art. Some of them will get altered effects. Already some have changed a little bit in the beta branch version. We'll see the altered Voltaic, for example, in this video. So bear in mind that these cards are subject to change, and as the game evolves and changes during early access, the evaluations of these cards are also going to change. Player skill levels are also going to rise a lot during early access, and so this could be kind of fun to look back on and see how naive some of the evaluations are. All right, next up, Barrage. Barrage is buffed in Spire 1 compared to Spire 2. Now it does 5 damage per orb, 7 upgraded. So that's, if you have 3 orb slots full, 15 or upgraded 21 damage to a chosen target. Which is actually quite a lot. You don't even need 3 orbs for Barrage to be that good. 2 orbs is plenty, and because there's no way to lose the starting relic on Defect, you always have generally 1 orb for Barrage, which makes it pretty dang good. I think it's easy enough to fulfill the condition of, and high enough value that it breaks out of the combo piece tier. I think this would normally be something that I would rank in combo piece, but because the base output is so high and the condition is so easy to meet, I think Barrage is really elevated a little bit above into Good Output tier. But I would rank it below Ball Lightning. It just does quite a bit of stuff. Next up, Beam Cell. 3 damage, 1 vuln. Upgrades to 4 damage, 2 vuln. I believe this is the only way for Defect to get more direct attack damage. Rather, this is the only way for Defect to get vulnerable within the Defect's card pool. So that's pretty noteworthy. This card combos well with a number of other cards on the character that make it more easy to keep your vulnerable working well. So this is a really good scaling card for any physical attack-oriented Defect, which I think is quite viable in the current version of Spire 2. I'm not quite sure if I rank this one in good output or combo pieces. I think it's also another good output card, which is where I think a lot of the commons are going to land because that's what commons are sort of designed to do, is be just like solid base output that works very well without support. And I think I rank it a little bit higher than Barrage because of how broadly applicable it is. You'd put Beam Cell in Always Excellent? I could see that too. I could definitely see that too. I feel like there's enough sources of non-attack damage and enough competing targets for the cards that want to recur Beam Cell that it's a little bit harder to want, but it is quite good. Next up, Boost Away. 6 block, 9 on the upgrade, with the downside, well, alleged downside of putting a Dazed into your discard pile. This is a card that fits into the status kind of build of Defect. But it's also a card that's just generally very good. It's 0-cost block that's better than a Defend. And the Dazed may or may not be a problem if you don't draw back into it, you know, if the fight ends early enough. That makes Boost Away a really good early output card. I can't think I would put it above Beam Cell, but maybe Barrage? I wouldn't put this any lower. This is not a combo piece in and of itself, because this fits into any archetype. It's just a really good block card. And like I said, I think that's where a lot of our commons are going to end up. So actually, this is going to be the good output tier to start here. Do I plan on using the other tiers? Maybe. Yeah, well, maybe. Next up, Charge Battery. Yeah, if I rank them alphabetically, though, I might not for a while, because, spoilers, Charge Battery is also a very good output card here. 7 or upgraded 10 block and next turn 1 energy means that this is a very good block card that wants to be in a lot of decks. This is a card I'm very happy to pick in the early game. Pretty happy to upgrade. It's a nice target for enchants. And it can be sort of just an anchor to pivot your deck around. A solid foundation for getting block as well as giving you turn-over-turn value, which the Defect is really good at. So I do like this. I like this more than Boost Away, actually, because it doesn't have a downside, and it's about the same block, just with the sort of upside. So I'm going to rank it above Boost Away. Is it better than Beam Cell? I don't think so. I think Beam Cell's really good. I wonder if Beam Cell should be above Ball Lightning. All right, now it's time for a very infamous card. A very famous card. The Claw. Claw is a bit different in Spire 2 than it is in Spire 1. This card is very much a meme card in the first game, because it just didn't work very well. Claw is a card that wants you to have multiple copies of itself, but you can't guarantee that you'll find multiple copies of Claw. Claw is a card that really gets posed when your deck is flooded with status cards as well, because they really prevent you from drawing into the Claw and making use of them in the first game. But in Spire 2, Defect has much more ability to deal with status cards being added to the deck by enemies, as well as, I think, just fewer enemies in general that add statuses to the deck. In addition to that, there's more support for Claw in this game, namely in Feral, which we'll be talking about later. But also things like Hologram and All for One, also returning from Spire 1, allow you to play the Claw again and again. We've also got some new mechanics in Spire 2, like enchantments. And Claw is a really good recipient of enchantments, because enchantments are cards you're going to, enchantments make cards better than normal, and so you want to play those cards over and over again. There's even one enchantment that just lets you play the card over and over again, Perfect Fit, guaranteeing you draw it first every time you redraw. And Claw, already being a card that you want to play over and over, is already designed to maximize the value of enchantments. And so Claw is a really good target for enchantments like the Kafuda that gives it block 3, or the Punch Dagger that gives it additional damage each time you play it. Because of these additional support options, more so than in Spire 1, you're able to make a deck that just plays one copy of Claw over and over again and have it actually really work. I don't think Claw provides good output. One copy of Claw initially is not good output in Spire 2. It's just the first Claw that you add is not really that good. When Claw gets good is when you're able to play it over and over again by either having a small cycle-oriented deck, which is something you have to get in the first place before the Claw is good, or by having cards that support it, which makes Claw a combo piece. But it's going to be a good combo piece, actually, ranked, I think, higher than many of the other combo pieces in the game. So we'll bear that in mind. But yeah, I do put it in combo tier here, because Claw is not a good floor 1 card. It isn't. It objectively kind of just worse than Beam Cell on floor 1, if you're looking at how you do in the floor 2 fight. But it can get very, very strong over the course of a run. And you can use one Claw as your damage engine in a Spire 2 run. Pretty cool, actually. It's also a very fun clone target, although not necessarily actually a good clone target. All right, that's what I have to say on Claw. I think Claw is much better in this game than in Spire 1. Next up is Cold Snap. 2 damage, Channel a Frost Orb, very much like Ball Lightning. I don't rank it as highly as Ball Lightning, though, I think. But it is quite good. Maybe below Beam Cell here. In fact, more and more I'm feeling like Beam Cell should be above Ball Lightning. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to do that. I'm going to reverse those. Cold Snap is always good. I wouldn't call it always excellent, but it is always good. Not a whole lot to say. Does damage, channels a Frost Orb. Some of the relics that make this really good, like Shuriken and Kunai, are a bit rarer in this game. But there are lots of good reasons to want a Cold Snap in Spire 2. It's just not run-winning on its own, but it's a very good floor 1 card, for sure. Has a +3 damage upgrade, just like many other attacks. Next up, Compile Driver. Compile Driver is great. Again, there's no way to get rid of the starting orb in this game, so you basically always draw 1. Off of this, I'm very tempted to put this all in the always excellent tier, actually. Because this is combining attack plus card draw in a really useful way. And Defect has so many ways to exploit draw. Compile Driver also got better in Spire 2 by virtue of there being a new orb type. Yeah, I think I'm putting this in the very highest tier, actually. It's just so good. There's so many ways to abuse the power of card draw. And Compile Driver can be up to draw 5 now if you get all 5 orb types, which is not very frequently going to happen. But Compile Driver is also benefited because there are more ways to get orb slots in Slay the Spire 2. And so you are more likely to have a bunch of orb slots, I think. Just like other attacks, this one upgrades for +3 damage. This one you're not upgrading very often. You're just happy to get it if it's upgraded in Act 2 or Act 3. Cool-Headed is up next. Channel 1 Frost, draw a card. Cool-Headed, unfortunately, I don't think does enough on its own to qualify for the good output tier. Cool-Headed is not, on its own, all that much stuff happening. And so it's a little hard to evaluate. Cool-Headed has a very good upgrade, drawing 1 more card, and is therefore a really nice card to incorporate in the later part of your runs. especially Act 2 and Act 3, especially if you have more energy or energy generation. But on its own, in its unupgraded form, it's just not that good. I can't justify putting this one in always excellent or in good output. So I think it's ultimately a combo piece. It's a thing that's really good if you have focus or if you have the ability to generate more energy. But it's not that good on its own. I think that does allow you to still, like, you do often take this card, and this is one of those cards that's quite good in lots of copies application. Just having a lot of Cool-Headed can be a really nice core for a deck. And I think Cool-Headed combines very well with Claw, too. But I haven't been as excited about Cool-Headeds in Spire 2 as in Spire 1. Next up, Focus Strike. Does damage, pretty good damage actually. 9 and then upgrades to 11. Gives you 1 upgraded to Focus this turn. This is a perfectly fine common. I just realized now that the art of this is Defect punching the book Scroll of Biting, which I had not realized before. It's got strike synergy. It is a strike, but better. This one I'm not sure about. This one feels like one of the lower value commons. The Temp Focus is appreciated, but this one doesn't provide enough on its own, unless you upgrade it. And Defect is a very upgrade-hungry character, so it really feels like upgrading this for the 2 damage and 1 Temp Focus is often not worth it. It's not that great of a target for your holograms and fetch cards because of the 1 cost. It does seem good early on. It might... I'm struggling to figure out whether this is a high-rank desperate take or a low-rank good output card. I could see it being in the yellow tier or way under Barrage. It sure is a damage common. Yeah, it sure is a damage common. Maybe that should be a category. It's a damage common. Happy to see it on the first floor. Yeah, that makes it a desperate take. I'm going to put it in low rank good output. Yeah, I'm going to put it in low rank good output. I think it's perfectly fine. Go for the Eyes is up next. This one's quite valuable. 0 cost, deal 3 or 4 damage, and if the enemy intends to attack, you weaken them for 1 or 2 turns. This one is real good. Yeah, this might actually be always excellent. Actually, it's either right up here with Beam Cell in good output, or it's low tier always excellent. This is the only card that applies weaken on this character. I would say, in general, enemies are attacking you more often in Spire 1, and this is just a really good target for a draw engine. Well, there's Null. That's right. Actually, that's true. There's Null. I forgot about Null. There is Null. I think I'm going to put it in always excellent below Compile. I think Go for the Eyes is very good. It's not that great in Act 1, but the further you get into the run, the better it gets. And by the time you're fighting Act 3 bosses, having consistent weaken available to you is huge. It's really easy for Defect to get this card back into their hand in one form or another so that they can keep applying weaken and keep targets weak. So that makes it really nice as well. Next up, Gunk Up. Gunk Up's cool. 4 damage 3 times, put a Slimed into your discard pile, so this makes a status card. Upgrade makes it hit for 5 damage 3 times. I think Gunk Up is pretty cool. Pretty bad. I disagree. I think Gunk Up does enough damage up front, as well as having a lot of potential to scale. Because it hits multiple times, the Gunk Up is really strong if you can boost the damage of an individual hit with strength, or with vigor, or with an enchantment. And even if you don't boost the damage that much, it just does enough initial damage to a target of your choosing that it's pretty good. I think I'd rank this in good output below Barrage, but above Focus Strike. I don't think it's a desperate take. I think it's actually quite good. And the fact that it generates a Slimed is something that the Defect can abuse. That's why it's not a desperate take, is because it sort of leads you into having a status build by being a nice pickable early game common attack. So it's not a combo piece because Gunk Up is the card that you take to get you into the status build in the first place. Like, all of the powers that enable statuses are the combo pieces that go with Gunk Up. But Gunk Up is the card you're allowed to take first. We call that an entry point to the synergy package. And that's a really crucial thing, actually. Being able to take that first card that just does something good that you need, which is damage, and then have that be something that allows you to then pick up other cards that do not do anything on their own, like the Evolve equivalent, whatever, Iteration. Yeah, so it's like Boost Away in that regard. So I like Gunk Up quite a bit. Yeah, 15 damage upgraded is quite strong, too. Next up, Hologram. Actually, no, we missed one. Oh yeah, the H's are first. I just have these ordered wrong. Yeah, next up, Hologram. Hologram is one of the great cards on this character. You get block. You put a card of your choice from your discard pile into your hand. This card is only usable one time and exhausts thereafter, but if you upgrade it, it's 5 block and no longer exhausts. And this is the version of the card that is godly. This card is ridiculous, is what it is. Instant always excellent for me. And the reason for this is that Defect has so many cards that are either 0 cost or are or generate energy. And so if you have either of those things, which you'll very likely do, then you have essentially the ability to replay one of your best cards with Hologram. Hologram is great for getting back an upgraded card from the discard pile, whatever your best attack is or your best block is. Or it's also a really good way to just get back whatever 0 cost card you're spamming. For example, Claw. Hologram is one of the things that makes Claw viable, because you're able to take that one Claw and play it over and over and over again. If you have 2 upgraded Holograms, you can just over and over spend 1 energy to gain 5 block and then get Hologram back into your hand. And again, this is a character that has a ton of ways to just make loads of energy. So any deck that has 2 or more Holograms and loads of energy can just block as much as it wants arbitrarily. Kind of like an X-cost block card, except you're allowed to stop blocking and use the rest of your energy on something else. It's so flexible. It's so powerful. It's so incredibly good. Yeah, Hologram is godly. One of the best, definitely the best common Defect has, and I think one of the best cards that Defect has in its entire pool. Very good card. Next up, Hotfix. So we've got an art mismatch here. The tier list has the beta arts, but we're playing on the beta branch, which has the just brand newly released full art here. They do have different effects too. Hotfix is now gain 2 focus for a turn, and it exhausts. And then the upgraded version becomes 0 cost, gain 2 focus this turn, which is really strong. This card is pretty dang good. And I'm not 100% sure which tier to put it in, actually. This is either a really good combo piece or a kind of bad, always excellent card. Hotfix now wanting an upgrade makes it a little bit harder to evaluate, because there are other better options for things that might even be just like good output. When Hotfix gets broken is when you're able to recur it multiple times. It's good with Hologram, it's good with All for One, it's good with Draw Engine, but Defect does have a lot of ways to abuse those 3 things. And so Hotfix is kind of competing with all of those. I think it's a good combo piece. I'd rank it above Cool-Headed. One hotfix, like if you just take a hotfix minus in Act 1 and you play it, it's only going to do like 2 damage or maybe 4 damage and 2 block for 1 turn and then disappear. It's not that good for 0 cost. So I think, I think Combo Piece might be the right spot for it. I think this card is still quite strong, though. Next up, Leap. Leap just blocks. Blocks for quite a bit. 9 block, 12 upgraded. That's all it does, though. It blocks and nothing else exciting. It's really good if you need something that's better than a defend, but you typically would rather have something else. Something that synergizes with, you know, one of the possible things that you could add to the deck. And unfortunately, I don't think Leap just, you know, has that much of a role there. Leap gets a lot better if it's upgraded. It's even better if you enchant it. So like with Fresnel Lens, Leap Plus blocks for 14, which is pretty ridiculous. And then it can be quite good. But still, you'd probably rather have a charged battery that blocks for 12 under the same circumstances. So I have a hard time advocating for Leap here. I think it's just a card you take in Act 1, maybe Act 2 if it's upgraded and you're hurting for block. But there's just so many better ways to block on this character. So that's kind of how I feel about Leap. So I'm putting it down in Desperate Take. Lightning Rod is another block option. 4 block, 7 on the upgrade, and you get channel 1 lightning for the next 2 turns. This is pretty cool. I like this card a lot. The offensive value is delayed. This actually provides a lot more offense than it does defense. But it gives you defense right now, plus a delayed offense. And I think the combination of the two is just a lot of numbers, ultimately. The only thing that holds this card back, actually, is the fact that stacking multiple plays of the card simply increases the number of turns that you get more lightning. So if you play 5 lightning rods, you're going to be waiting 10 turns to get all the lightning orbs from them. And therefore, this isn't a overpowered spammable card. But it is just a really good output card, and I would rank it actually pretty highly. Maybe above Charge Battery. I think it's quite good. This card would be in the always excellent tier if multiple applications just like immediately channeled all of the orbs. And you could just stack up like 10 lightning orbs at the start of the turn. It'd be cracked. One of the reasons that this card is good is that this is one of the best ways to get some lightning orbs to make Voltaic strong while drawing towards your Voltaic. So this is a really good card with Voltaic. Next up, Momentum Strike. You do 10 damage, and then you make the card cost 0. It sure does some damage. There's some theoretical synergy here. This kind of like is intended... Yeah, Streamline at home. It's like, yeah, it's kind of like worse Streamline. Less initial damage, lower initial cost. You're intended to be able to just get this back with Hologram, or I guess All for One. But because the base damage is low enough, I'm really not that impressed. The upgrade only gives it +3 to 13, just like all other 1-cost attacks. I think this goes down in Desperate Takes. There's not really any payoff with Momentum Strike, it feels like. Everything that Momentum Strike does can be done better by another card like Claw or Beam Cell or so many things, really. It does do damage, and it's definitely decent, you know, for immediate 20 damage with Hologram or something. But there's no real top end here, I feel like. And so I can only really foresee taking this early in Act 1. Or, yeah, especially if you have Strike Dummy, it definitely gets better with Strike Dummy. But outside of that, it just doesn't feel like something I want that much. Next up, Sweeping Beam. Strikes worth of damage to all enemies, +1 draw. Upgrades to deal 3 more damage, just the same as in the first game. This card isn't that exciting. It's area damage, which makes it valuable, but only if you're completely lacking area damage. If you have any other area damage, you'd much prefer it. Draw 1 is definitely useful on a character that makes a lot of energy, but It doesn't really build you a draw engine or combo with anything in a meaningful way. And so I don't think the Sweeping Beam is that useful, except as an early game solve to multi-enemy fights. The 9 damage threshold, you definitely want to upgrade this because it does way more damage with the upgrade. It just doesn't do that much, but even just hitting all the enemies for a little bit of damage is so valuable. So I think Sweeping Beam is quite acceptable if you're lacking AoE, but if you already have AoE, like with Glass Orbs, which are the Defect's new way to get that, then Sweeping Beam is pretty underwhelming. You often have to play it multiple times to solve AoE fights. Feels like this is really at its best in the exoskeleton fights in Act 2, where you can hit them all for exactly 9, but outside of that fight, it really doesn't feel like Sweeping Beam is getting a lot done. And that's kind of how I feel about it in Spire 1. Yes, in Spire 1, it's a card I'm picking if I have no other area damage, and very rarely otherwise. It does have a very cool animation. And I think it does go to the top of our Desperate Takes category. All right, next up, Turbo. Turbo gives you energy immediately at 0 cost. It's reusable, but the downside is you get a Void in your discard pile, a status that makes you lose energy when you draw it. Yeah, this card is excellent. Extremely good. Probably behind Hologram. Again, Defect is a character with a lot of ways to draw cards, a lot of ways to replay cards. And now there's a whole status build, which can make the Voids into a good thing. So Turbo is just get you more energy, and you can either use that additional energy to offset the penalty that the Void itself provides. You can use a hologram to fetch the Void from the discard pile, and therefore not lose energy. Pro tip, you do not lose energy if you use hologram to fetch Void from the discard pile, and then it exhausts, so you don't draw it again. That's a fun use with your last point of energy. You can use it with Flak Cannon to just shoot the Void at the enemies. You can compact it into fuel to make it give you the energy back. There's just a lot of options for how to deal with the Void. You can also just end the fight before you draw the Void, because guess what? You have tons of freaking energy, and that's great. Yeah, this card is excellent. Just all around excellent. Defect has a lot of expensive cards, and it's a huge enabler for those cards. So I think Turbo is excellent. All right, the last common card here, Uproar. What's Uproar? Deal 5, upgraded 7 damage twice, play a random attack from your draw pile. This card is hilarious. There are some fun targets for Uproar in the Defect's card pool, like Meteor Strike, like Ice Lance. This is a very fun target for Clone, because if Uproar hits Uproar, then you just keep playing card like Refract. Yeah, Refract is a good target too. But the funniest interaction is Uproar hitting Uproar. Unfortunately, there's a lot of things that hold this card back. 2 cost makes it hard to justify. If you hit a strike, you're paying 2 cost for 16 damage, which is pretty bad. Playing a random attack from the draw pile is pretty iffy, because you can't guarantee what it's hitting, and then additionally, when you do play that attack, it's also on a random target. So you have a double random aspect. A random attack on a random target is just really hard to make use of. So unfortunately, I think I'm putting this in our lowest tier here. It's too hard to reliably get use out of, it feels like. Yeah, this is the new meme card, for sure. I dream of the day I get a Clone Uproar run, but I think it is bad. I think it is, unfortunately, very bad. I want it to be good, but I don't think it is good. Yeah, I really want it to be good. So these are all the commons on the Defect ranked. There's our full common ranking. Next, we're going to move on to the uncommons. Of which Boot Sequence is the first one. It's like you could call it Boat Sequence if you want. It's like having an anchor. You get 10 block on turn 1, no strings attached. I think a lot of enemies attack you on turn 1 in this game, which makes this pretty good. The only cost you're paying is the upfront draw. I think it might be above Charge Battery. As a really good block option. Yeah, this can also really help you in if you have relics that depend on getting to a later turn. If you have bonuses on turn 2 or turn 3, if you have the bread or the Pale's Tears, I think it is. It's quite good. Upgrades for +3 block. Of course, this gets a lot better if you have bonus turn 1 draw, so you can spend your energy on other cards. That's the main downside of the boot sequence, is that guaranteeing a 0-cost card on turn 1 means you may not be able to spend all your energy on turn 1. And that can be a little annoying. But it's very good if you have other innate cards, or other cards you need to play on turn 1, or just general ability to draw cards on turn 1. You can also not play this and then hologram it back. All in all, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Next up, Bulk Up. Bulk Up is a fun reinventing of Reprogram from Spire 1. You lose an orb slot and gain strength and dex. I think the only thing holding this back is that it's 2 costs, but 3 strength and 3 dex is kind of cracked. This is one of the reasons that Gunk Up is not a bad card, is because you can gain a bunch of strength and then make it hit super hard. This can also make a lot of other seemingly unimpressive cards do quite well, like Momentum Strike and Sweeping Beam are pretty good here. This is great with the 0-cost block options. This is great with Hologram. This no longer makes your orbs immediately useless like Reprogram did. But unless you play, 3 bulk ups. But even if you bulk up twice and go down to 1 orb slot, you can still get value out of orb cards like Cold Snap, just by evoking that 1 orb over and over again. So bulk up is very good, I think. Again, the only downside here is the cost, but I think bulk up, it goes straight into good output. Because you can slap this baby in the starting deck and just be very happy about it. I wouldn't be taking it over Ball Lightning and Cold Snap floor 1. I think it goes here, though. I think it's very good. It's also great with 0-cost spam like Beam Cell, Claw, Go for the Eyes, all that stuff. It's great. All right, next up. Capacitor. Gives you orb slots. Orb slots are pretty good. I think orb slots are a little bit better in this game because they are more accessible. There are more cards that channel orbs, and this is one of the main ways to scale your orbs. In the first game, I was very much a hater of Capacitor because adding orb slots at the start of a run just makes it harder to evoke your orbs, which gives you a worse outcome in short fights. And the same is still true in Spire 2. This card is not something you can just pick up unless you already have a lot of good orb channeling cards and a solid foundation for your deck. And then once you have that, it allows you to scale up further, which means I'm ranking this as a combo piece, but I think it's a very good combo piece. Is it better than Claw? That's actually a good question. It's quite good. I'm going to rank it above Claw as currently as our best combo piece so far. But yeah, orb slots work really well with things like Hotfix, with temp focus of any kind. And so it's a perfectly good way to scale. Also really good if you've got a focus potion. Makes Barrage scale harder as well. Makes Compile Driver scale harder. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff going on. Next up, Chaos. Channel a random orb. A little bit unreliable, this one. For 1 cost, just paying 1 for this doesn't feel very good. Yeah, unupgraded Chaos, actually quite bad, is what I would say. If you compare to other cards that channel orbs, right, like 1 cost Channel a Lightning is worse than Ball Lightning, 1 cost Channel a Frost is worse than Cold Snap or Cool Headed, 1 cost Channel a Dark is worse than Darkness, 1 cost Channel a Glass is worse than Glasswork. The only orb that has an advantage is Plasma, and that's the main benefit of Chaos, is that this can make Plasma. Unfortunately, with the addition of glass, you're now less likely to make plasma. 20% instead of 25%. I still think Chaos Plus can be strong, but I think this card is not that good a lot of the time. I think it doesn't have quite the role it did before. If you have... This could be a combo piece if you've already got like Orb Slot Generation and Compile Driver. But I feel like I might be down in desperate takes for me here. Where it's something that I'll take if I maybe need a specific orb type or just need orbs in general. But its unpredictability, increased unpredictability now that it's 5 possible targets, and just general lack of upfront value make it hard to justify. I could even put it down in... It would be low value if it weren't for the upgrade, I would say. Yeah, maybe only if upgraded. Could be a category. But I don't think very highly of Chaos. All right, next up, Chill. Another card returning from the first game. Chill has a bit of a glow up here. So there's 1 frost for each enemy. And upgrades to not exhaust. And that upgrade sends this thing like straight to the top. I think it's still worse than Hologram, but it is crazy. Crazy good. Everybody chill. Yeah, this card is now absolutely cracked. I would say there's also, I think, more multi-enemy fights or more fights with more than 3 enemies than the first game had, which can make Chill generate tons of block in certain conditions. But just in general, being reusable at 0 cost makes this card insane. Very good with All for One, very good with Hologram, very good with any kind of draw engine. Might be a little too good. Yeah, this card is very strong. You can slap this in your deck right as soon as you start a run in Act 1. And it's also an excellent addition to an established deck. That's also what makes it always excellent, is that this card is kind of perfect no matter what you're doing. So yeah, Chill straight to the top. Next up, Compact. Compact allows you to turn status cards into fuel. If you don't have any status cards in your hand, this is 1 energy block 6, which is barely takeable, but not very good. Worse than Leap, quite frankly, but it is better than Leap in that it actually like turns into something that's awesome. I think I'm going to put it below Hotfix, but it might be above Hotfix. This is quite good, but only once you have an established status build, and only if you can get those statuses into your hand at the same time as Compact, and that's the tricky thing. You can't just have Compact and have a status card and necessarily have them work together. You have to draw the status with Compact, which is, unfortunately, easier said than done. There are a lot of fights that give you statuses, which make this quite nice. So you can take this potentially against something like Soulfish as a counter, as a answer of sorts in Act 1. But again, be aware, the game is not obligated to allow you to draw Compact and your beckons in the same hand. You are entirely at the mercy of the RNG, unless you have something like Hologram, or unless you have something like Iteration, which lets you draw more cards per status. Once you have those in place, Compact gets excellent, so that's why I'm putting it into the combo piece tier. It's just not that good on its own. Even in Underdogs, it's okay, but not great. You can also use this to get rid of the Parasite cards, I think, in Overgrowth. That Act 1 Elite fight, so that's also kind of nice. Next up, Darkness. Channel a Dark and trigger the passive ability of all Dark Orbs. So this is kind of at its face 1 energy delayed 12 damage. Well, no, 1 energy 12 damage if you evoke it immediately, and it's more than that otherwise. This is basically just the buffed version of Darkness from the first game. This is what Darkness Plus was in Spire 1, and now the upgraded version does it twice. I don't know why it got the buff. It makes it very good. I think I'm putting it above Lightning Rod in good output tier. Darkness is a card you can just take in Act 1 and have it be good. It's rather hard to make a deck that just uses Dark Orbs, but you don't have to do that. I don't advise doing that. But it sure does a lot of damage. Yeah, twice is kind of crazy. Very notable for Darkness Orbs, though, is the lack of recursion in Slay the Spire 2. Defect no longer has an easy way to cycle a Dark Orb and keep it building. Next up, Double Energy. Double your energy. Same as the first game. This is one of the many cards that Defect has to generate more energy, and I wouldn't say one of the best. It is potentially the best. If you have 10 energy, then this gives you 10 energy, but double energy is only amazing once you already have like 10 energy. This is crazy good with Ice Cream. It's pretty good if you just get it upgraded for free, but the base card, double energy for 1 energy, put into a Defect deck is usually not generating more than 1 energy, which makes it kind of weak. And so I'm ranking double energy as a combo piece. Probably one that's below Cool-Headed. It can be good in the right deck, but on its face, it's just not that good. Uproar is a Clad card. Yes, I agree. Okay, next up, Feral. The first time you play a 0-cost attack each turn, return it to your hand. It's a 2-cost power, upgrades down to 1 cost, which makes it a lot more playable. That's a really good upgrade. Any card with a cost reduction upgrade is usually benefiting a lot from that. Feral is actually quite good, I think. I don't think it's a good output card, mostly because there are no 0-cost attacks in the Defect starting deck. You have to have a target for Feral before Feral is good. And it's a combo piece, and a very good one at that. What Feral lets you do on Defect is get back a cheap reusable card. Very crucially, multiple Ferals allow you to put the same card back into your hand over and over again, which is especially breakable, again, with cards that either buff themselves every time you play them, like Claw, or any card that's enchanted. Part of why Claw's such a good enchantment target on Defect. This is a very strong combo piece. I'm going to rank it actually above Capacitor. I think Feral builds are genuinely very good once they get going. And Claw with multiple copies of Feral scales into insane damage really quickly. So I think Feral is great. Yeah, I think Feral is very good. Next up, Fight Through. Gives you a bunch of block, puts 2 wounds into your discard pile. This is kind of like Power Through. In fact, the name definitely suggests it is the version of Power Through from the first game. Art obviously subject to change on this one. There's definitely beta art for now, but we'll see what the full art looks like. Does a ton of block. Wounds into the discard pile are problematic, though, which makes this fight, this card is a little hard to take or to play on its own. Because although it blocks for a ton and lets you survive for another turn, those wounds are going to burn you pretty fast. Well, not burn you, but they're going to slow you down very quickly. So unless you have a benefit to getting the wounds or a way to deal with the wounds, then they're a bit of a problem. And because this doesn't put the cards into your hand like Power Through does, it's not as broken as Power Through, because you can't immediately, for example, compact those wounds into fuel and then just have an easy peasy 2-card combo that goes infinite. That'd be a little too easy, I think. So unfortunately, Fight Through putting the cards in the discard pile makes it a lot worse than Ironclad's Power Through in the first game. I could maybe put it towards the bottom of good output, but I feel like it's more of a combo piece that goes kind of alongside Compact here. I'll rank it below Compact. Just above Cool-Headed. Yeah, it provides enough of an immediate block impact that it's good, but the downside is severe unless you have a combo with it. So that's my combo piece evaluation then. FTL, 0 cost, deal 5 damage. If you played fewer than 3 cards this turn, draw 1. The upgrade gives it 1 damage and 1 draw. In the first game, I held that this is one of the worst upgrades in the whole game. I think that's still true. I think this is one of the worst upgrades in the whole game, because you have to care about the distinction between your 3rd and your 4th card, which is rarely happening. I could see it happening a little bit more with Feral, actually, because FTL plus Feral is a hilarious way to draw a bunch of cards. At its face, though, FTL is just a really good early inclusion. It's a nice early game card. I think I would put it below Gunk Up, but above Focus Strike as a nice early take. going to have to shrink down our tier list as we get more cards, by the way. For now, though, we're good. But yeah, not a lot to say. This is definitely not the best zero-cost attack Defect has, but it does do some decent output. So it is A-okay. Fusion is up next. Fusion is 2-cost Channel of Plasma, upgrades down to 1-cost Channel of Plasma. It's one of the only ways to... one of the only ways to get Plasma Orbs on the Defects. Kind of at its face, this is pay 2 energy for 1 energy on your next turn. Upgraded, pay 1 energy for 1 energy on your next turn and every other turn thereafter. That's the key, actually. So every turn thereafter, as long as you keep the Plasma Orb. Fusion wants to be combined with Draw Engine cards. Fusion wants to be combined with Pile Driver especially. Or any kind of energy retaining. On its own, it does very little. It's not a desperate take because it doesn't do anything if you're in a bad spot. I could actually see putting this in low value, but I think it's maybe just a bad combo card. That's kind of how I feel about Fusion. Ranked a little bit below double energy. Lower than double energy because it's a delayed effect, so you have to be having the right combo as well as being able to stick around in a fight long enough for it to do stuff. So I think it's kind of bad on that front. All right, next up, Glacier. Gives you block and 2 frost. This is nerfed from its Spire 1 incarnation, but still an excellent, excellent card. Giving you tons of block as well as very desirable frost orbs. I think that goes to the highest tier. It's not better than Chill, though. And it might not be better than Turbo. Let's put it here. Glacier is great. So in Spire 1, it did 1 more block, is all. But it's excellent with any source of temp focus. Excellent to just help you get a lot of block. And just block, I think, is generally more valuable in this game. Plus now there's the opportunity to enchant it to give even more block with something like the frontal lens. Would I rank Hologram as the best card in the game? Now that Seek is gone, I think I might. It's pretty good. We'll see if there's any cards I rank above it. But yeah, Glacier, excellent. Excellent card. Glasswork. Block and a glass. This is great. This is a good card. The combination of block plus area effect damage, I think, is really desirable. It's not a lot of area effect damage, but this is just very useful in general. Also a good enchantment target for Nimble, just like Glacier. Doesn't provide all that much block, 5 upgraded 8, so it's like a defend that also does area damage, but a defend that does area damage is really good. And I'm ranking this actually, I think, above Ball Lightning. I think Glasswork is very good in my limited experience with it, and it fits really well into decks that just want to channel a lot of orbs. Glass orbs are kind of like the replacement for electrodynamics, and I really like them. Glass orbs are orbs that want to be evoked quickly, so they combine really well with things that spam a lot of orbs. You definitely want to be able to get your evokes quickly here. Next up, Hailstorm. At the end of our turn, if we have Frost, deal 6 damage to all enemies. This upgrades to 8. So this is area damage at the end of your turn only if you have a condition met. I'm not that impressed with Hailstorm. It's a little slow, is how I feel. Being tied to a condition is annoying, although that condition is pretty easy to meet. And meeting the condition makes you more able to take advantage of the effect, but it just feels like not that much area damage. I think this is down in my desperate picks tier, actually. It doesn't really scale all that well. And so it doesn't quite do enough. Yeah, it's a good early solve to certain fights, but it doesn't really feel like it fits in anywhere. And so I'm going to rank it in desperate takes here because I feel like it's really hard to get good use out of this. This is often one of the less good hits from creative AI if you're generating powers, stuff like that. It definitely has its use cases. but I don't know. I'm not a huge fan. Next up, Iteration, another power here. First time you draw a status card each turn, draw 2 cards. This is pretty good. This is like Evolve, except it's only the first time, but it draws more cards. 2 upgraded 3. So if any of the cards in your hand are a status card, you have a much bigger hand. This is pretty dang good, is how I feel. As long as you have those statuses, and obviously useless if you don't, which makes it go into combo piece tier. I think I'll be putting it with the other status cards here. It's kind of the one that enables the status build to work the best, though, by giving you that bonus draw. The iteration is the thing that's going to make compact work. Iteration is the thing that's going to make fight through acceptable. Iteration is the thing that's going to make a flak cannon feel good. I think it's quite solid overall. It does have a lower floor. It's pretty good in multiple copies, but it has an upper limit, because you obviously can't draw more than 10 cards at the start of your turn. Or at any given moment, so they're all going to activate at the same time. That's another kind of minor nitpick with this, is that there's effectively a stacking limit here. Definitely good into certain bosses like Vantum. Yes, Vantum, definitely. Insatiable, definitely. Very good in those fights. Next up, Loop. Loop channels your orb at the start of your turn. Loop is a card that has been migrated from Spire 1. In Spire 1, a lot of your strategy was focused around getting permanent bonuses to your focus that would make Loop into effectively an additional orb slot that was really powerful, because you didn't even have to fill it. In Spire 2, though, a lot of the ways to scale orbs are temp focus, which only apply for the duration of 1 turn, and Loop activates at the start of the turn before you're able to actually activate those temp focus bonuses, which makes Loop a lot worse. Loop is much worse in Spire 2 than it was in Spire 1, and so I really don't like it very much. Loop mainly combos with Dark Orbs. It's mostly with Dark Orbs that Loops feels like it has any utility at all. I think it's either like bottom of combo tier or somewhere in Desperate Takes. Maybe even just like low value. It's not that good, unfortunately. I am not impressed with Loop in Spire 2. Yeah, I think I'm going to put it at the top of low value. It's not doing enough on its own to justify inclusion in most decks, and unlike in Spire 1, there's just not the right ways to scale it. If it activated at the end of the turn, I would have a different opinion of Loop, definitely. It's worse than Uproar? I don't think so. It at least has good utility with Dark Orbs, and so I can't justify it ranking it below Uproar. Does looping a Glass Orb make them decrease more times? Wait, I didn't even think about that. Is that how that works? Crazy. That does work that way. Okay, so this is trash with Glass Orbs. Yeah, definitely in low value then. Terrible. You know what's not low value, though, is this card. This card has 3 lines of text. That is a lot of things for a 2-cost card to do. Does damage, does weak, channels dark, and it's a lot of weak, too. 2 and then 3 on the upgrade. This is kind of crazy, actually. That it gives you, what, 3 more damage and 1 more weak on the upgrade. This card is great. I actually have not really had a chance to use this card, but I think it's quite good. Like, probably above Glasswork. It's just it just does a lot of stuff. It's a lot of stuff that happens there. So I like it a lot. Yeah, great card. Next up is Overclock. Draw 2 cards, add a burn to your discard pile. So this is 0-cost card draw with a status downside. In Spire 1, this was a card that was really good for decks that wanted just to get all their powers in play in the first cycle and was kind of trash otherwise. In Spire 2, this is a 0-cost draw card that can also have an upside if you're doing a status build, which makes it absolutely bonkers. I might put this in the very top tier for Spire 2. I think Overclock is really good because of the the status build. It's front bursted draw to help you get into your setup cards, and then it's synergy with status builds in an amazing way, which makes it pretty dang good. Having an actual downside, I think, does rank it below Go for the Eyes, though. Because it is genuinely a card you don't always want to play, unless, again, you have that status card. I could maybe see this being in the good output tier. I don't consider this a combo piece. This is front-loaded draw, which is really valuable. It gets a lot better if upgraded, mind you. The upgraded version of this card is much, much better than the unupgraded version, which can be a little bit awkward. Clone this with Flak Cannon? I love that idea. That's funny. That's a good one. That's a good one. So yeah, I'm putting it at the very bottom of the always excellent tier. But I could definitely see disagreement on that front. Refract. 9 damage twice, channel 2 glass for 3 cost. This card is hella expensive. But it does quite a bit of damage. The upgrade makes it slap pretty hard. And 2 glass orbs is actually a lot of area damage. So think of this as an area damage card that also does bonus damage to one enemy. I actually quite like Refract. It's an interesting card. The Defect 3 cost attacks are a little hard to justify spending your whole turn on. But they do enough. This card does enough that I'm definitely putting it in the good output tier. Although I'm putting it below... probably below Boost Away. I think it's better than Barrage a lot of the time, at least in the early game. I definitely rank it higher than Gunk Up. Maybe below Barrage, above Gunk Up. It's not insane, but it is good. And again, this is a character that has a lot of ways to generate energy. So if you only have 3 energy, you're spending your whole turn on this. In Act 1, that's fine. In Act 2 and onward, this is good if you can generate a whole bunch of energy, and then it's not your whole turn. You're playing this as one of your many cards. All right, next up, Rocket Punch. Rocket Punch is pretty cool. 13 damage in Raw 1 for 2 cost. When you make a status card, reduce this card's cost to 0. On the beta branch, this is until played, which makes this card very good. The initial early access release of this game has just for the turn. So you have to make the status on the same turn that you play the Rocket Punch, which makes it a lot tougher. But with the cost being reduced until played, that means you can make a status card on any turn and then play Rocket Punch for free the next time you draw it, which makes this card really good. A very powerful combo piece with any sort of status generation. I think the highest of the status. I'm going to put all the statuses kind of together. I think Rocket Punch is great. You can even argue it's in good output because it is almost worth paying 2 cost for. And then if you make it free, it's actually just bonkers. Rocket Punch can make infinite combos in a couple of ways, which are pretty ridiculous because you're having a 0-cost draw 2 card. So if you can keep making statuses and dealing with those using Compact, this can turn into an infinite combo. Really good with All for One, really good with Overclock, really good with a lot of stuff. Really good with Turbo. I could see ranking this in Always Excellent. Yeah, I could definitely see if you're status brained, especially. I don't feel like it draws quite enough for that. You can definitely click this card early. Yeah, you're definitely allowed to click this card early. It's not a good floor 1 card. You know, your performance in a fight is going to be very comparable to something like Momentum Strike, but it has a much higher potential to get activated. And yeah, that happens regardless of where it is in the deck. So if it's in the draw pile or the discard pile, it still becomes 0 cost. And the next time you see it, it's free, which makes it very strong. This does not have to be in your hand, which is what makes this card very good. But is it better than all the other really good Defect cards? I'm not sure. Scavenge. Exhaust a card, next turn, gain 2 energy. Look how they massacred my boy. This is what Recycle turned into. Now the upgrade gives you 1 more energy on upgrade. You could call it a side grade. I might call it a downgrade because not being able to be 0 cost means that you cannot really repeatedly scavenge. But you can use it on things like status cards. The problem with using it on statuses, though, is that Defect has better ways to get rid of status cards than this. You don't want to be using this on statuses. It's okay with curses. And it's very noticeable that this is Defect's only way to exhaust targeted cards. So you can use this as a setup to go infinite with, which is quite nice. So it's like exhaust a card plus outmaneuver. In fact, this is just better outmaneuver. But it feels so hard to want this card. Yeah, actual recycle would be really good. This, I don't feel like is as good as recycle would be. I might put this in low value tier above loop. Just like loop, it does have use cases, some of which are very strong. But it's doing so little that it's really hard to justify including in most decks. It's not generating you good energy because, again, Defect has so many other better ways to make energy. But the targeted exhaust is crazy valuable. So I could also see putting this like towards the bottom of combo tier, actually. Yeah, actually, maybe I'd rank it between double energy and fusion. But it's just not that good. The core problem, again, is it's too slow. Because you have to pay 1 each time you play it, you cannot repeatedly get it back to your hand. You can't recycle with all for 1 to burn your deck down in 1 turn. You're going to have to manually draw this over and over again and pay for it each time, which is just really slowing it down. And I think that was the intention, was to slow it down. But it's not good if it's slow. Next up, Scrape. We're almost to the end of the uncommons here. Scrape deals damage, draw cards. You discard anything that is not free. I think Scrape has got a bit of a glow up here. There's, again, a lot of good 0-cost cards that Defect can work with. This has a hilarious interaction with Iteration, where you discard the status, but then draw more cards. And 0-cost cards in general, I think, are better. So Scrape, I think, is much better in this game than in Spire 1. Which I think it puts it in the combo piece tier, probably below Claw. Maybe even below. Maybe below Cool-Headed. It's great with Rocket Punch. Yeah, you can use it with Rocket Punch. You can use it with a lot of stuff. You can use it with a lot of stuff. There we go, condensing this down. Excellent. Yeah, 1 card's cut off there on the side. We'll continue to adjust as we get more cards on the tier list here. But yeah, I think that's a fine place for Scrape. It's a little hard to rank this because it is so contextual. Scrape's main problem is that it can discard the cards you wanted to play and therefore hose you by making a card that you needed inaccessible. But I think there's more ways around that in Spire 2. And one of the best answers is to just use Hologram to get the card out of the discard pile and then put it in your hand and then play it. So this is very good with Hologram too. Next up, Shadow Shield. 11 block and 1 dark for 2 cost. Upgrades to 4 more block. 15 block, channel a dark for 2 cost. Really good. This is a great, good output card. And I like what this is doing alongside Glasswork. I might even put it above Glasswork. Because, also glorious art here. Yeah, great art on Shadow Shield. Kind of what Doom and Gloom became. In general, at the moment, in the early access version of Spire 2, there's a lot of value for cards that block for a bunch and also make some kind of progress. And this card is doing that really well. Blocking for a huge amount and giving you a Dark Orb for delayed big damage is a great card in longer fights or boss fights. So I really like Shadow Shield at the moment. I think it's quite good. Very impressed with Shadow Shield. I hope they come up with good art to replace this beta art, because this beta art is top tier. Next up, Skim. 1 cost, draw 3 cards, upgrades, draw 4 cards. Card draw, good. Card draw, great. Might even put that above Compile, actually. Drawing cards is how you win the card game, especially when the cards that you draw are cards that make more energy, and then you spend some of those other cards on drawing more cards. And just keep doing that, basically. Yeah, unconditional card draw, really good. Really, really good. We call this card advantage. One card that gives you multiple other cards. And it's good. It's really good. Yeah, no notes really. Just card draw really good. All right, next up, Smokestack. When we create a status, deal damage to all enemies. This is what Hailstorm wants to be, right? Like, Hailstorm wants to be do damage to all enemies when you channel a Frost Orb. I think that's what would make it actually good. But because it only has one fixed effect no matter what, it's hard to take advantage of something like Hailstorm. But Smokestack does damage per status you create. It's less damage, but still quite a bit of damage. And this card can really slap. This card can absolutely slap. It doesn't slap unless you're making a bunch of status cards, though. So I'm going to rank it in the combo piece tier along with the other status-based cards. Probably below Iteration. So yeah, it's fantastic in some builds, but the core problem is that if you add this to the starting deck, then it does nothing. And crucial to understanding this one, actually, why this is ranked below Iteration, is that cards that enemies make do not count. If the enemy adds the status, then you do not get a benefit from Smokestack. Whereas Iteration and the like do work with statuses that are made by enemies. So for that reason, this is definitely not as good as those. But yeah, if you're generating enough status cards, this goes crazy. Storm. This is one of my favorite cards from Spire 1. When you play a power, channel a lightning is pretty dang good. If you're spamming powers, and not very good otherwise. I like this card a lot. Actually got a bit of a glow up, and then the upgrade makes it channel 2 lightning for Giga Lightning, which is really powerful. But it still faces the same fundamental problem from the first game, which is that how do you take the first copy of Storm if you have no powers? And the answer is it's really hard to justify that. I think that puts it in the combo tier. Probably... I don't feel like it's better than Cool-Headed. I think it goes down with the energy cards. Maybe here-ish. I think that feels right. Yeah, that feels about right. Now, let me readjust here for a second. Let's get cut off less. Wait, no. That's a bit better. Yeah, we're going to continue to adjust the size of things here so that the full tier list can stay on screen. Go there. Great. Do I miss Static Discharge? It hadn't occurred to me that Static Discharge is not in the game, but I do miss Static Discharge quite a bit. Anything else to say about Storm? Storm is a good card to get from Creative AI. Really good if you're just spamming lots of... powers in general. But yeah, it lacks otherwise, so definitely put that in combo tier. Subroutine, meanwhile, this card is fun. This is sort of the replacement we got for heat sinks. Instead of drawing cards every time you play a power, you get energy every time you play a power. And just like heat sinks, this gets crazy if you stack it. You can think of one subroutine as essentially making all of your powers free. And then the second subroutine makes your powers generate energy when you play them. And that's when this starts to get really, really silly. This goes insane with anything that makes powers, like white noise and Creative AI. It's great if you've got lots of card draw. It's great if you have other powers. It doesn't do anything on its own, which is the only reason it doesn't become like an always take, but I rank this as probably one of the best combo pieces that Defect has as a way to essentially let you get all your other powers in play. So it combos with any build that's using powers, which is going to be most of them. It's great in multiple copies. It's a good replay target. Yeah, mediocre at worst or game-breaking. So that's why it's going to the very top of the combo piece tier. It's pretty dang good. Yeah, very good with the game piece. There's so many ways to abuse it. It's quite good. Quite good. Returning from the first game also is Sunder. 24 or upgraded 32 damage for 3 cost. If you kill an enemy, get your energy back. This was one of the great cards of the first game, useful for dispatching weak minions while still playing all your other stuff in the deck, and I think it serves a great role in the second game as well, just being a good output card. There's lots of multi-enemy fights, especially in Act 1, where this is great. This is great against the eels. In Underdogs, this is great against the Wriggler Parasite in Overgrowth. This is really good against a lot of threats in Act 2 and Act 3, like the Scrolls of Biting. Can be a little hard to utilize, but overall is quite good. I think I'm going to put it... below Ball Lightning Cold Snap here. Actually, I'm going to put it below Bulk Up. It's not quite... It doesn't feel quite as good as it did in Spire 1, because it's a little bit harder to get to 4 energy, which makes it a lot more valuable. 4 energy lets you hologram Sunder to get a kill. But in general, this card can be quite good. Yeah, it's kind of like an area damage card, in that it's mostly utilized in multi-enemy fights, and not always utilized in other fights. Synchronize. Get focus this turn for each unique orb you have at 1 cost, and then Exhaust is removed when you upgrade it. This can generate a ton of temp focus. So it's like a subroutine, or not it's like a hotfix, but better, essentially. This one's quite good. I think this is better than hotfix. I think I'd rank it above hotfix, right next to hotfix. I think it's quite solid. It can be 10 to focus for a turn, although you're rarely getting that. 6 is quite doable, though. 6 focus this turn is quite doable, and that gives you huge output. It's also another insane hologram target, and another one of the reasons Loop is so bad, because Loop doesn't work with this card. Next up, Synthesis. 2-cost attack does 12 damage, upgrades to 18 damage. That's a pretty good upgrade, at least. And makes your next power free. Defect does have a lot of high-cost powers, like Echo Form and Creative AI, that you can make free with this. But you're not really generating very much energy with this card, generally, because you're paying 2 and getting essentially at most 3 back. And then the value that you're stapling to that is some damage. This card feels pretty underwhelming to me. I'm not impressed. I think this can be a fine, like, early game desperate take, and not much else. It's not... doesn't do enough to be justifiable as a combo piece, I feel like. Put you below Leap. Put you below everything. I don't think it's very good. Yeah, Pounce is a lot better. Pounce has some fun interactions on Silent, but I really don't think Synthesis is doing that much. It's not a good source of damage, and it's not a good source of energy. And so, putting those two things together doesn't make it feel very good. All right, next up, Tempest. An X-Cost card, Channel X Lightning. This is also returning from the first game, but no longer upgrades to remove exhaust. No longer exhaust, rather, but still has the same upgrade of X Lightning, X+1 Lightning. This is great with Voltaic. Great if you can generate a lot of energy, kind of as a payoff for that. But it's not that good on its own. On its own, this is just paying energy to play Zap multiple times, which is fine, but there are better things you can do with 1 energy in the early game. So Tempest is not a good early game card or a high output card. I think it's in the combo tier. I think it's probably close to Storm in terms of its utility. Yeah, I think I'd rank this just below Storm, actually. Yeah, not exhausting is in some cases worse. But I think that the main use of this is to jumpstart a Voltaic or as a payoff for a huge energy engine. like playing multiple double energies into Tempest. Tesla Coil. 0 cost, deal damage, trigger all lightning orbs against the enemy. I really like this card. I think I might be overvaluing this card, actually, but this is definitely, in my opinion, up there in the good output tier. Close to Ball Lightning, actually. I might rank this below Bulk Up. Yeah, like with Lightning Rod. It's better than Lightning Rod or worse than Lightning Rod? I like it quite a lot. It works with things like Feral. Feral Tesla Coil can do pretty powerful stuff. You can scale it with Temp Focus. It does. You can get it back with Hologram. Sort of at its worst, it's 0 cost, deal 6, which is already pretty decent, right? 3 damage plus 3 damage from the Lightning Orb. And if you have 3 Lightning Orbs, it's 0 cost, deal 12, which is pretty dang good. And then any source of focus makes it a lot better, so it scales in a number of ways, and I think it's overall pretty good. So I'm ranking it in the middle of the good output tier. I like Tesla Coil a lot. Right, almost done with the uncommons here. Thunder. When you evoke lightning, deal 6 damage to every enemy hit. Upgrades to 8. The upgrade on this is a bit underwhelming, but you can think of this like focus for lightning orbs, just for lightning orbs. I don't think I put synthesis on the chart. Yes, I did. It's at the very end of Desperate Takes there. I think it had different art. Yeah, it's just got different art is why. But yeah, synthesis is there. Anyway. This is pretty good. I like this. I don't think it's a output card per se, but it's a nice way to get damage added to a deck that's already channeling a bunch of lightning orbs. It's a good way to get past your first boss, as well as a good way to sort of multiply the power of lightning. Note that this triggers on any evocation. So that if you dual cast a lightning orb, then this will activate Thunder twice. If you quad cast a lightning orb, it'll activate Thunder 4 times. So that's pretty good. I think I'd put this down with the other lightning. I think it's better than Storm a lot of the time. Put it just below Scrape. Yeah, a good card with multiple copies. So kind of like Smokestack, it's a power that you can activate the damage effect of multiple times, and therefore it's pretty good. But it's not something you get that much use of in the starting deck, although it's more takeable than a lot of other powers because it does actually work with the starting deck. So maybe it goes in good output, actually. Not very high in good output, mind you. I like Thunder quite a bit. Last of the uncommons, White Noise. Add a random free-to-play power into your hand. Yep, this is still very good. Unlike the equivalent cards for other characters, actually, I don't even think Infernal Blade and the skill card are even in the game anymore. Actually, Infernal Blade is, right? Yeah, Infernal Blade is still around. Unlike the other cards that make cards that are then discounted, White Noise is always generating a card with a base cost of 1 or higher. That's a crucial thing to recognize. The Infernal Blade can make a 0 cost attack that was already 0 cost, but White Noise cannot make a 0 cost power because there aren't any. And so this is always giving you at least 1 energy worth of power, which means this is really good value at 0 cost. At its best, this can give you whatever power it is that you needed most to beat the boss, often Echo form, which makes this card kind of insane. I really like White Noise. I think it's very good. Is it in always excellent? I kind of feel like this is something you can splash into any Defect deck and expect to get some value out of it. But it would be towards the very bottom of that tier. It's not... It's always good, not maybe always excellent. I'll put it there. Yeah, I like that ranking for White Noise. Okay, that's all of the uncommon cards ranked. Again, these are ranked also mixed in with the commons here. With the leftmost card being the best in a category and the rightmost card being the worst in a category. Now we're going to rank all of the rare cards in alphabetical order, of which there are also quite a few. Thankfully, not as many as the uncommons. With the first one being Adaptive Strike. Adaptive Strike is 2 costs for 18 damage, and then you make a 0-cost copy of this card. So each time you play Adaptive Strike, you make more copies. Kind of a weird card. It's like Streamline meets Anger. But as a rare card. I like the design of this card, but the core problem to me with Adaptive Strike is that all the cards that Adaptive Strike are best with are other rare cards. And so it's actually really hard to get Adaptive Strike to do the thing you want it to do, because you want the other rare cards first, right? Like, for example, All for One is kind of the card that is going with Adaptive Strike, but Adaptive Strike is going to be offered at the same time as All for One in the same card reward, and so you don't get to pick them both usually. Kind of awkward with Feral, too, because the first time you play Adaptive Strike, it's not going to put a copy in your hand from Feral. Only the second time you play the 0-cost copy. Also note that the original 2-cost version of Adaptive Strike sticks around. And you're going to keep drawing into that, which is also a bit of a problem. But yeah, it is pretty good with Hologram. Yeah, the original copy sticking around is part of the problem. But yes, everything is good with Hologram. That's because Hologram is so good. I don't feel like I like this card very much. This is maybe like a really bad combo piece. Or even just in low value. It does high enough damage. And you can, like, it's got good payoff with scrape and stuff. It is strong. The core problem with Adaptive Strike isn't that it's not strong. The problem with Adaptive Strike is that the other rare cards are better. That's the problem. I think I rank this low in combo pieces. It's not a desperate take, because if you're, again, if you're in a desperate spot where you need an attack that does 18 damage, how did you get a rare card in the first place? Is my question. Maybe if you're starting from Niao, it can be kind of good. Does seem like a pretty good floor 1 card. I will say that. If you get this as your starting bonus, it seems quite good. But I'm not impressed otherwise. Ranks high in the beta art. Yeah, the art is nice. All right, next up, All for One. Put all 0-cost cards from your discard pile into your hand, as well as deal 10 damage for 2 cost. All for One is kind of nuts in Spire 2. There's a lot of good 0-cost cards. Lots of things combo with this. Lots of things this can fetch. Claw, of course, is an obvious one. Beam Cell, go for the eye. Sure, the 0-cost cards are... The 0-cost attacks are great. But there's also things like Chill. This gets Turbo. This gets Overclock. This gets... Boost Away. This gets... The 0-cost cards you made from, like, Momentum Strike or Adaptive Strike. This gets Rocket Punch. This can get Boot Sequence that you didn't play, or Double Energy upgraded that you didn't play. This also works on any card you temporarily made 0-cost with something like a Touch of Madness potion. Kind of a combo piece, but it combos with so many things, including things that are in the starting deck, such that I think this goes in the always excellent tier. Probably around Skim. Honestly, All for One is very strong. Yeah, I think just below Skim is where I would rank All for One. It's a very, very good card. It works with Hotfix. And then there's a number of colorless cards that go crazy with this as well. Like, the creativity possibilities here are huge. This works with Enchanted Strikes from Tezcatara. You can make all your strikes free and then play them again with All for One. There's a lot of things you can do. Plus, the art is badass. Look at that superhero punch. And yeah, because it only gets 0-cost cards, you can be assured you'll be able to play whatever it generates to, or whatever it fetches. Great card. Buffer. Prevent the next time you lose health. This card's great in Spire 1. I think it's a little bit less good in Spire 2, as there are more multi-hits and less gigantic 50-plus hits from enemies. But there are enough of those giant hits that this is still a very good card. Probably... way up on the good output. You could even put this on the lower end of always excellent. It's just a really, really good multi-hit. But I think compared to other rares, it's maybe just good output. The main thing this can do is block like Mechanite's big hit. Very good in Act 1. It can also block Test Subjects Phase 1, which can be nice. I think I'd put this above Null. It's very good, but there are better cards. And yeah, I agree it was more useful in Spire 2. It's possible that, depending on how Act 4 in Spire 2 looks, when we get a complete version of this game, maybe Buffer is more useful because there'll be more giant hits. But yeah, it is just a really solid card all around, and combos with, because it's a power, there's a lot of good stuff to go with it too. Yeah, main problem is it needs a upgrade. Consuming Shadow. This one's a bit weird. 2 cost, channel 2 Dark Orbs, and then at the end of your turn, evoke the leftmost orb. This one's a bit unusual. The upgrade makes it channel 1 more Dark Orb. I see what they were cooking with this one, but I'm not sure I 100% agree on it with it. The idea here is that by evoking your leftmost orb, you get bonus orb evocations, which can allow you to throw more value out immediately. But I believe the intention is to allow you to continually channel new orbs while having a dark orb in the front. That's why it's a dark orb card. You're meant to keep 1 dark orb in front that you just keep building up value on while you're also evoking other orbs for their evoke effects. Unfortunately, that's kind of a lot of... It's kind of a difficult card to manage. You can't control whether or not it happens, which means you have to be very meticulous about how you play your orbs, as well as kind of self-defeating, because unless you pay more energy after this card to channel new orbs, you're going to evoke one of these dark orbs immediately. It does work with Loop, yeah, so this is meant to work with Loop and Darkness, and you can make a build with this using Loop and Darkness, but I think it's really niche. And so I think this is going down to my lowest tier, higher than Loop, actually. But I think this card is just very difficult to use and not that rewarding to use, making it not a great choice for your rare card. Also a perfectly good floor 1 card, though. You don't hate this on floor 1. Not a bad card to get off Creative AI, either. Next up, Coolant. At the start of your turn, get 2 block for each unique orb you have. This actually feels like what Loop used to be. This is better than Loop, is how I feel. Because Loop Plus is giving you 2 block, and this can give you easily 6 or more. This is quite great. I think this is going straight to good output. This doesn't really need that many combos. It's not as good as something like Buffer, though, or Bulk Up, even. Probably put it around here-ish. It's a good card. It's not amazing. It is really good in multiple copies, and it does give you a condition that you have to meet to make the most of it, but it's not that hard to meet those conditions, especially if you generate orb slots. So this is really good in a orb spam deck that has capacitors and stuff. But it's takeable right away, which is cool. I think overall, quite good. Quite good. Next up, our dear friend, Creative Al, Creative AI here. It says at the start of your turn, add a random power to your hand for 3 cost. This card is one of the quintessential scaling cards on Defect. Doesn't do that much on its own, is the problem. You can't really put this in the starting deck. I would not consider this always excellent. It's very expensive, and then you have to additionally keep paying for the cards it creates, which makes it really good with Subroutine, and really good with any kind of power spam. So I think it's going in the combo piece tier, and a very good one at that. It does have some downsides, just like Spire 1. Not all of the powers are good to generate. I think it is a little bit slower if you don't have something like Subroutine, but it is still quite powerful as a way to scale. Maybe it's not quite as good as Barrel. Right here. But yeah, very, very good with subroutine, because then with subroutine, you can turn it into just energy generation. You just play a power, and then you have more energy than you did before you play the power. So it's pretty dang good. Next up, also migrating from Spire 1, Defragment, but it's now a rare card, giving you 1 or 2 focus. Focus is still very good, especially with the overall like lower damage numbers on bosses. You don't need as much focus to be the end game as you did before. Defrag fits into any deck. It's pretty dang good. It's still excellent, just not as excellent as it used to be. I'll rank it below Glacier. It's good. It's just not the best, but it is great. It's a great card. It is outclassed by some other rare powers, though. It's not the greatest card of all time. That card is called Echo Form. This card is probably the best card there is ever created. You get to duplicate a card every single turn. Yeah, I can't decide if this is above hologram or not, actually. This card is cracked. You should not take every Echo Form you see, but you should at least think about taking every Echo Form you see. Echo Form lets you duplicate essentially whatever the strongest card in your hand is. So it's generating massive output if you duplicate a 2-cost block or attack. More importantly, Echo Form can duplicate powers, the best one of which is Echo Form. You can use an Echo Form to copy another Echo Form, creating 3 Echo Forms, and then you're duplicating 3 cards every turn, which just kind of breaks the game. As a result, Echo Form is also an excellent target for things like Duplication Potion. Just a really, really disgusting card. 3 cost makes it a little bit tricky to get into play, which can be a little bit troublesome, but again, Defect has so many ways to generate energy that playing the Echo Form is not that hard, usually. The upgrade on Echo Form is not that good. It removes the ethereal property that Echo Form has, but that's just another reason that Echo Form is a great card, because Echo Form is not a card that needs an upgrade. I think this is probably the best form card in the game at the moment. Maybe outside of Silent's Ancient Wraith form. But of the basic form cards that it's in that's in everybody's rare pool, I think Echo Form is the best, and definitely one of the best cards on the character. Next rare here, Flak Cannon. Exhaust all your status cards, dealing damage to a random enemy for each one exhausted at 2 cost. Upgrades for +3 damage per hit. That's a pretty big upgrade. This is a big payoff for status builds. It's pretty dang strong if you can generate a lot of statuses. It's not that good otherwise, although it can be a solve to specific fights, like the slime guy that gives you 10 slimes in Act 3. The fact that Flak Cannon does not itself exhaust means you can continually use it to purge all your statuses, which is quite good. I think it's up there amongst the highest of the status cards. I'm going to rank it over Rocket Punch. I think that's where I'm going to put it here. A good solve to the Sandworm. Yeah, be careful about this in the Sandworm fight, because it will remove all of your Desperate Escape cards. But if you kill the enemy by doing that, it's fine. So you could maybe even argue this is not a combo piece, because enough enemies give you statuses that you can use it in those fights. But it will be dead weight in other fights, like Queen and Doormaker. It doesn't do anything in on its own. Genetic Algorithm, now a rare card. Gives you 1 block and then permanently scales its block. Upgrading it increases it by 1. This is again migrating from the first game. Comes in with better numbers this time. I think it's a lot worse, because you are likely to see it later, and it's up against better cards on average, including Echo Form, which was one of the best combos with Genetic Algorithm in the first game. I think it's still good output. It still makes a gigantic block card, which is really nice. But it doesn't do anything else, which doesn't feel that good. I'm going to put it above Coolant. If you can remove Exhaust from this card, it gets ridiculous. Yeah, with the Act 3 enchantments. I think it's still quite good. It's just not... It's not as decisively awesome as it used to be. But 1 cost block for a whole turn after you've had this for just a few floors, it's pretty good. Pretty good. Because it scales faster, I think it's still takeable even after the Act 2 boss. As long as you can play it in most of your Act 3 fights. It gets pretty funny. Clone is silly with this. I could see being the case as well. It seems very silly. Helix Drill. Gives you 3 damage for each energy previously spent this turn. This is a 0-cost card. It's a multi-hit card, so this scales really well with Strength and Vigor. This one feels a bit odd. At face value, this is 0-cost, hit for 3 damage 3 times. It's a pretty good target to get back from the discard pile or to replay. In theory, you can scale this card by playing a lot of, like, making a lot of energy and then spending all of the energy, and then you play this. But my problem with that is, if you've already spent 20 or 30 energy on cards during your turn, you should have already won the fight, right? Like, if you spend a ton of energy in one turn, that's already a way to win. That's what winning looks like, usually. So why do you need this card? This is a win more card, in my opinion. I could definitely see use cases for it. I'm sure there are situations where it does stuff, but it seems to me like, at rare rarity, this is really hard to find a good use case for. Yeah, kind of like the Thunderstrike problem. I'm tempted to put this down in low value, at the top of the low value tier. Yeah, a bit strange with All for One, because you want to play it before you play the All for One for less damage. It's weird. Yeah, 0 cost 9 damage at worst, but that's pretty bad for a rare card. Can be good with Feral. Got to be really careful with ordering your cards there. Feels like an uncommon. Yeah, as a rare, I have a hard time with this. So yeah, it's good with things with All for One and such, but there are better targets for All for One. Like, it's not the best target for the things that it combos with. So in most cases, I feel like you'd rather have a different card. Not to say it's useless. I don't think it's that good. But maybe I'm wrong. Hyper Beam. Damage to all enemies, lose focus. I think the focus penalty hits a bit harder in this game. Which makes it a little bit harder to want this card. The area damage is definitely desirable. There's no way to negate this downside, though. So this is instantly ruining all your orbs. And if you're not using your orbs, then this is very good output. And if you are using your orbs, then this is a self-defeating card. It does have a godly animation, which makes it awesome. I really want to rank it. Like, if I'm ranking cards that have the best animation, then it goes right here. But that's not what I'm ranking. I'm ranking how good the card is, actually. And I think it's probably somewhere between a good Desperate Take and a bad output card. Is how I feel. I think I'm going to put it as a good Desperate Take. There are not that many situations where you want Hyper Beam. It's a really good card to get off an attack potion, though. Great attack potion card. Excellent attack potion card. Speaking of attack potion cards, Ice Lance. 3 cost, deal a bunch of damage, channel 3 frost. This one's a bit weird. You don't really want to spend your whole turn doing this. But if you're not spending your whole turn doing this, then it's actually pretty good. Like if you have more than 3 energy, for example. It's also a fun card to play for free if you can do that in any way, shape, or form. At its face, it does stuff similar to Glacier. I wouldn't call this always good like Glacier. I would call this more like good output. Probably worse than Cold Snap, actually. I think it's bottom towards the bottom of the good output cards, just because of how difficult it is to actually put in play, but it's really not that bad of a card. I had a fun run with Grubby a while ago, co-op run, where I had like 2 Meteor Strikes and 2 Ice Lances, and I was just hard casting everything. It was kind of fun. But just in general, having one card that does lots of stuff is quite desirable. Again, because of the potential to make it discounted in some way, including with Snecko Eye or even the fake Snecko Eye. This is a good card with. So there are definitely uses for Ice Lance, and it's a pretty good floor 1 card too. Yeah, 3 Cold Snaps stapled together turns out to be not that bad, because you're getting a lot of damage and a lot of block at the same time. If you're going to spend your turn doing one thing, then block and damage is a good choice. Machine Learning. Draw 1 card per turn. Has an upgrade to be innate. Machine learning is great. Drawing cards every turn is very good. So this goes somewhere in good output for me. Might even be, like, always excellent under the right conditions, but because it doesn't apply immediately, I think it's a little bit slower. I think I'll put it by bulk up. But yeah, it's quite good. Yeah, it's quite good. Just unconditional +1 card per turn is really nice. More cards in hand, more choices. Because Defect has a lot of incentive to play a lot of powers, it can combo with things like Subroutine and Storm. Works with Fiddle as a way to just get basic base draw per turn. There's a lot of fun things to do there. So I like Machine Learning a lot. It does have a lot of competition from other rare cards for things that are good, but it's definitely up there. Meteor Strike, also migrating from the first game, unchanged, the 5-cost card. Does a bunch of damage and channels 3 plasma orbs, which, if you evoke them, will give you 6 energy back. So once you've played 1 Meteor Strike, playing a second Meteor Strike actually just generates you even more energy. So Meteor Strike is kind of ridiculous. If you can play this card, it is godly, and if you can't, it does nothing. And I think that's kind of the definition of a combo card, isn't it? And I think it's a very good combo card. Maybe even better than Creative AI in this game. Just for the sheer energy-generating potential of it. Yeah, you can play it with Uproar, you can play it with Attack Potion, you can just play it with Turbo. Lots of options. Good with Hellraiser. Yeah, there's a couple. You can use it with Hellraiser or Stampede on Ironclad if you get a cross-class synergy, which are more common in this game, which is very funny. But yeah, it is a strike card, so it benefits from Strike Dummy, and it gets played automatically by Hellraiser. Pretty funny. But yeah, the hard part is getting it into play. If you can do that, it's great. Modded. This card's ridiculous. 0 cost, gain an orb slot, draw a card, increase this card's cost by 1. And the upgrade makes it draw 2. So it becomes 0 cost, draw 2 cards, get an orb slot. This card is ridiculous. Simply ridiculous. Definitely going straight into always excellent. I think it's a little bit worse than Defrag, but it's definitely up there. Yeah, the new art on the beta branch, again, different art that I just put on the actual tier list here. The beta branch art is glorious. Yeah, so it's like additional orb slots, except unlike Capacitor, you don't have to waste your draw and your energy on it to get the initial orb slot. And then the longer the fight goes on, you can keep reinvesting in this card by playing it for more and more energy to get even more orb slots if you need that scaling. And if you don't, you just don't play it again. In general, very good. Good card target to clone, although you don't want that many copies of modded. Maybe like 8 is probably the upper limit. But an all-around very good card for getting orb slots. Better than Capacitor, I feel like. Because of that 0 cost, draw 1 nature the first time you see it. So it's like a Capacitor, but it's not punishing you in the shorter fights in the same way as Capacitor is. That's why it's always good. Multicast. Another X cost card. Evoke your rightmost orb X or upgraded X+1 times. Excellent combo piece. This is kind of the payoff to the energy engine on Defect. I think I'd probably rank this below Creative AI. The idea with multicast is you get a bunch of energy, and then you can evoke an orb many times. This works as a reusable double energy if you use it on a plasma orb. But its main use is to do massive damage with a dark orb. You can also now use it with thunder and a lightning orb to do a whole bunch of thunder damage. That's kind of cool as well. Tricky part here is getting enough energy for the multicast to actually be a kill, which can be tricky. So it's definitely in the combo piece tier. But overall, I do like multicast. It's just often struggling against other cards. Rainbow. 2 cost, channel 1 lightning, 1 frost, and 1 dark. Upgrades to lose the exhaust. Kind of a fun card. I like to think of this as 3 orbs for the price of 2 orbs. So it's Jerry's discount orbs. Rainbow is nice for instantly setting up card draw off Compile Driver. I also like it because this particular mixture of orbs always gives you something that you want. Because whether you need block or you need damage, whether that's single target or long-term damage, the card immediately provides. So it's giving you a nice mix. It also sets up Synchronize quite nicely. For me, this goes in good output, probably somewhere behind Refract. It is a perfectly good card for channeling a bunch of orbs. As long as you can afford it. But it's not that good on its own. I do like it, though. Unchanged from the first game. I do like it. So, into the good output tier it goes. Reboot. Shuffle all your cards into your draw pile. Draw 4 cards. Exhaust. This one's a bit weird. Reboot is notorious for putting your power cards that you wanted to draw onto the very bottom of the deck, which can be a problem. Has a really nice upgrade for +2 cards drawn. But in general, is a bit weird. You can use this as a bunch of card draw if you can play all the other cards in your hand, or you can use it to try to like re-roll your hand like a calculated gamble. But as aforementioned, unlike calculated gamble, because it's shuffling your discard pile back into your draw pile, it can actually make your situation worse and not better. I don't consider this an always excellent card. It's not an output card either. It's either a bad combo piece or a good low value piece. Yeah, also putting all your cards into the draw pile makes hologram useless, which makes it kind of bad. Not a huge fan. We'll put it below Consuming Shadow and low value. If you have it, it's a lot better with an upgrade. Much better with Toxic Egg is what I'll say. Statuses tend to go to the discard pile, which also makes Reboot kind of awkward. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons to not like Reboot. There's also less relics that do something when you shuffle the draw pile. You could use this in Spire 1 with the Sundial. Now it only works with the Abacus, which is not that impressive. Next up, Shatter, which also got new awesome art on the beta branch. Do damage to all enemies and evoke all your orbs. This is definitely one of the best area damage cards Defect has. This is great output. The problem is you don't really want your area solve to be a rare card that much, but it is quite good. I think I'm putting it up with Buffer here. Just because of how desirable damage to all enemies is now that Electrodynamics is gone and Doom and Gloom is gone. Like, it's this Sweeping Beam and Glass Orbs. That's kind of all your choices. So this is one of the best area damage options. Yeah, so all of your orbs get evoked immediately. You get the immediate effect of your orbs. That can be good. That can be bad. If you're in a multi-enemy fight, though, often evoking your orbs right away is something you want to be doing. So I do like the secondary effect here. Signal Boost is up next. The next power you play is played an additional time. Upgrades to be free. So this makes your next power go off twice. Unlike Amplify, which this is replacing, this is not need to be in the same turn that you play the Signal Boost. You play the Signal Boost, and then many turns later, you play your first power. That power gets doubled. And it exhausts, which also solves the Amplify problem. So this is a lot better than Amplify was. I don't know if it's always excellent, because you're not always having powers you want to double, but as soon as you do have powers you want to double, it's great. So I think I'm putting this up here in combo pieces, and high up on combo pieces, for allowing you to get more power duplication. It'd be as good as Aquaform if it worked on like other cards, but the fact that it only works on powers does hold it back somewhat. Spinner. Start of your turn, channel a Glass Orb, says Spinner. And that's a cool upgrade. Upgrades to add an additional Glass Orb immediately. This card is sweet. This card is area damage every turn, as well as continually pushing your orbs forward and getting you more orb evocations. This one's great. Spinner does not need any help to get started. And it can combo with a lot of stuff. I guess that puts it probably towards the top of the good output here. We're just generating lots of stuff. It's exactly what your orbs want. Could maybe argue for always excellent. I wouldn't call it always excellent, though. It's If you're not able to utilize the orbs properly, if you already have area damage solved, if you're cooking dark orbs, you don't always want it. Yeah, there are reasons not to want it. And there can be competition for orb slots, but overall I think it's quite good. It's also a card that without an upgrade has no immediate impact, which makes it a bit awkward sometimes as well. Super critical. 0 cost, gain 4 energy, exhaust, upgrades to gain freaking 6 energy? This card is ridiculous. This is right up here with hologram. This is crazy good. I think it might be just below hologram. Just a massive energy bomb. Defect has so many ways to draw cards that this card is hard to not have a use for. There's effectively no downside except for the fact that it's only usable one time. Spending all the energy can be a little tricky. So if you can't spend the energy, that's when super critical is bad. But again, Defect has so many ways to help you spend all this energy that it shouldn't be that much of a problem. Yeah, this is like double energy if it was good. And it works with double energy. Great with Ice Cream, great with Unceasing Top, great with a lot of stuff. Pretty cracked card, in my opinion. Trash to Treasure. Whenever you create a status card, channel a random orb. This is a weird one. Kind of think of this as a bridge card, a card that crosses between 2 different archetypes. This is definitely not good unless you're making statuses. So this is kind of by definition in combo pieces, but I think it's quite good. I'm going to put it on top of the status cards and combo pieces, up there with Flak Cannon. This can make plasma orbs to give you more energy. It also just randomly generates output, 5 block, 8 damage here and there. So it's not bad. And the upgrade makes it innate, which makes it a little bit easier to use. But if you're generating a lot of statuses, maybe you don't need this card. I'm not sure. Yeah, another card that goes crazy with multiple copies, I bet. Yeah, I bet. All right, there's only one card left here, at least of the rares here. That is Voltaic. Channel lightning equal to the number of lightning you already channeled this combat. This card is ridiculous. Straight to the top. This is better than hologram. I'm going to say it's better than super critical, but not better than hologram. Now I have to shrink everything here. You can see all the cards. That looks pretty good. Okay, yeah, that looks good. So what makes Voltaic so strong? Now in the beta version, it's been nerfed down to 3 costs, so it's not as powerful as it used to be, but it is pretty dang good. This always starts at 1 lightning, because you always channel 1 lightning with Defect because of your starting relic, which there's no way to get rid of. And then the upgrade makes it no longer exhaust, so you can play it multiple times. And again, Defect has a lot of ways to abuse this. A lot of ways to return this card to their hand, like hologram. A lot of ways to afford the 3 costs of Voltaic. So if you're not playing lightning, it's not that good. But the key thing about Voltaic is that it goes exponential with itself. So multiple copies of Voltaic are ridiculous. And Voltaic with any amount of decent lightning generation gets ridiculous pretty quickly. It's ridiculous with replay. It's ridiculous with echo form. It has a natural combo with Zap in the base deck, which is part of why it's so good. So you can take Voltaic and just Zap into a boss fight. And essentially use this as a 1-card solution to a boss fight. And that makes it really, really strong. At 3 costs, it's a lot less playable than it was at 2 costs, but it's still very strong to the point where I have a hard time not putting this in the highest tier just for its ability to be a win condition for a run so easily. It is possible for this card to be bad. Like I said, all of the cards, even in the highest tier, are not cards you want to take every time you see them. But they're cards that are either overwhelmingly powerful or are so broadly applicable that they are too good to ignore. And I think this is in the former category. This is so overwhelmingly powerful in what it does that you should always think about it. You should, if you see a Voltaic, even if you have no lightning orbs, you should think about taking the Voltaic and then pivoting into lightning. That's what I mean by always excellent, is that when you see this card, it's kind of worth just changing what you were doing with your run to do the Voltaic thing instead. That's what makes Voltaic so strong. All right, that is all the rare cards then. Let's do a quick couple bonus cards at the very end here. And look at the Defect's unique cards from Ancients here. Let's see how they fit. Bias Cognition says, gain 4 focus. At the start of your turn, lose 1 focus. This is also returning from the first game. It's now an Ancient reward. So this card is your boss reward. And you always get it as the upgraded form, actually. So it's always 5 focus, lose 1 focus. This used to be essentially the best card in Spire 1. That's because it was always awesome front load by making your orbs insanely powerful. And then even if... so you were able to get through short fights just by playing this, and then in longer fights you had a myriad of options for negating the downside of Bias Cognition, just getting the 5 focus and then winning with 5 focus. Without any way to mitigate the downside in Spire 2, as well as being a boss reward, I don't feel like this is top tier anymore. It's not quite as good as it was. This is still a really good card. You play this immediately when you draw it in hallway fights, and it's really good. And in boss fights, you might have to think about not playing it the first time you see it. But you probably want to like cycle it one time and then play it later. But it's still very good. So I think this is for me going in the excellent output tier, the good output tier, but just probably below Spinner. I think it's right around there. It's very good, but not like the best card. And I actually think that it is worse than the other... Oh, I don't even have a Quadcast. I can't show you the big version of Quadcast here, unfortunately. But the other Ancient card is Quadcast. Evoke your orb 4 times. And I think this is always excellent. Quadcast is 32 damage on a Lightning Orb or 20 block on a Frost Orb if you have no focus at all. It's quite strong. You can upgrade it to 0 cost so you can get it back with All for One or Hologram. It's pretty dang good. I think I'm going to put it below Chill. So I think Quadcast is actually very good. Very, very good. Okay, and that is... There's also some starter cards and some multiplayer cards. I'm not going to be ranking those. So this here is our full tier list. I'm going to make this big so that you can see the full list a little bit better here. But here is our full and final listing of all of the cards on the Defect in Slay the Spire 2. Right, back on top. All right. So thank you all for watching this video. If you liked this tier list, then be sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel for more Spire 2 guide content. Let me know in the comments below what your favorite Defect card is, or if you feel like I drastically misranked a card, feel free to express your outrage and opinion on a card different than mine. Again, since this is an early access tier list, I don't have that much experience with the character. Nobody really has that much experience with the character yet. Some of these cards are going to change. The game is going to change in a way that makes some of the cards better or worse. But overall, this is my initial impressions of this character, and I hope this helps you be more successful in your Defect endeavors. Thank you all for watching. All right, chat. That is our Defect tier list completed here. That took a long-ass time. I see it's already like 3 o'clock. So I don't have that much time to play Ironclad starter deck attempts before we kick things over to our puzzle game later, but we can do at least a couple attempts with Clad starting deck. Cold Snap and Ball Light need to be swapped pronto. I could believe that. I could believe that. But yeah, hopefully people found that informative. Do I think that all rare cards should be A or S tier? No, I think they need to either be somewhat conditional in whether they do anything for you, or they need to be a little bit mixed. You don't want every rare card to be completely good. Yeah, Chants of Sennaar is the puzzle game. That's right. Chants of Sennaar, Flat Koken, is what we will be playing a bit later. But we are going to do some starting deck only attempts with Clad. We got to the Act 1 boss yesterday. Before we jump into a new run here, I definitely need a break. I've been talking for about 2 hours straight, and I desperately need more water. So I'll be back in a few minutes to do some more Spire runs, or to do some Spire runs. Back in a bit. All right, chat, we're back. Thanks for hanging out there. It's time to finally play the video game today. We're going to be doing starting deck only attempts on the Ironclad. So playing here on Ascension 0. The rules are we can only end the run with starter cards and curse cards in the deck. So curses are allowed to be in the deck, but everything else has to be called a starter card. So that's strikes, defends, and bash only for Clad. Do I actually think it's possible? It's definitely possible because we just did it on Silent, who's definitely harder to do it with than Clad. We also did it on Regent here. These are victorious runs, so 100% doable. Clad is the only character we have yet to actually accomplish this with. So this should be hopefully not that bad. Yeah, the Regent and Silent runs yesterday were actually insane, by the way. Full art cards are not allowed because full art cards are ancient cards. Let's see if I can find a run where I had some. Yeah, they're a different rarity. Apparently I don't get them very often. Or are they not listed as ancient? A blind? Yeah, I haven't been taking them very often, I think, is part of the problem. Break and Suppress seem really strong. I haven't actually seen either of those yet. Past one more ahead, Brightest Flame. Oh yeah, hold on. Let's actually look at the cards. Guards. Oh, here it was. What is this counted as? Okay, the starters are 6 defense, 2 zaps, and 2 dual casts, so this is obviously not starter. Is it common? Is it common? It's not event, right? Because we have 2 of them. But there's only 1 event card listed, which is... what is that? That's Mad Science. Let's see. 28, 38, 42, 44. You're right. It's not listed at all. Yeah, the total cards add up to 44. But these categories only list... total cards are 46, but these only add up to 44. So yeah, I guess I'll put that in as feedback. Ancient cards... here not to be included in the card breakdown. Card category breakdown. On the run history screen. Send. Math. The math ain't mathing. Anyhow, so yeah, they're not starter cards is what we confirmed. So let's begin an Ascension 0 run with a Clad here. Again, the goal is starting deck only. Means the only thing we're allowed to take here is the Booming Conch. More like Booming Bonk. I'm not very impressed with this act layout, so I might just reroll here for a better start. But let's try playing real quick up this path. I mean, it will say only starter cards in the summary. You know, that's true, actually. No cards. How do you get the numbers on your cards? That's in settings, show hand card count. Favorite music in Spire 2? That's a good question, actually. I don't feel like I have one yet. I do, in general, like the music in this game, though. Guy's tricky. Very tricky. Oh yeah, I should turn the music back up, actually. We had it down for the video. The freaking fog, man. This thing is nasty. It's going to summon minions. We're just going to go full ham here. I feel like this shouldn't be too bad as long as we just focus damage on the fog. Because it summons a bomb and prevents us from playing more than one skill per turn. So I'm going to kill that first bomb, and then we're going to try to kill it ASAP here. Actually, 3 strikes will not quite kill, huh? Might have to focus pot. Scary fight. Yeah, we're 1 off from killing. Rude. This or that. I think relics are really crucial for starting deck only, so we take that. We get a Kusarigama. If we play 3 strikes in 1 turn, we do bonus damage. That's decent, but we're not often playing 3 strikes is the problem. A caw. We did it. But yeah, any relic that does damage is appreciated here. I'm just going to play 3 strikes again for the Kusarigama. Go strike, defend, and then hopefully kill on this turn. Good. We do get a potion at least, and we make it to the first shop, where we can mostly just buy the cursor move. Attack potion's also really crucial, actually. Good potions here. Let's lose the clumsy and buy the attack pot. Keep a little bit of money as we are planning on going to a second shop. How's it going, Sturbuck? You're very welcome for all the lessons. Okay, well, this fight is definitely an attack potion fight, I'm pretty sure. I guess I want Bully. But maybe Grapple? All in all, not very good. Grapple's better than Ashen Strike, so it's either Grapple or Bully. I like Bully with the Kusarigama. I'll take Bully. Got him. Okay, so we stopped the one that was buffing Strength first. And I think I just go 3 strikes again. Keep getting Kusarigama procs. Just tank the damage. If you don't have area damage in fights like this is kind of how you have to approach them, where you just have to do as much damage as possible, as quickly as possible, and ignore all defense. I'll block here, though. Now that we're down to a 2-on-1, it's a lot more viable. Okay, yeah, not bad. We get Bronze Scales, another really good relic, a relic that does damage. Really good relic so far on this run, so this is actually kind of encouraging. What happens if an event forces me to pick a card for this challenge? Then we're not allowed to play that card. And we have to remove it before the end of the run. This might be triple block. I feel like I have to eat a really nasty multi-hit if I attack there. This one. Actually, the Kasarigama might kill the front one. That'd be bad. Thankfully, it did not. Oh. Brimstone sure would be good here. Oh, well. I think I'll take a block pot. This could be Coral Guy. Yeah, block pot. Block pot sounds fine. Do I have any plan for the Soulfish? Not really. And yeah, it is this jerk. It's you. We'll go bash, defend. Defend. Yeah, this guy's been nerfed, then buffed, then nerfed again. Then buffed again. Bit of a weird experience for this guy. Sure. Not going to use the block pot for 8. Only taking 2 is fine. That does put him below 15, so we should just kill. Not too bad. Permafrost is pretty bad, though. The first time we play a power, we get block. Unfortunately, we have no powers, because it's starting deck only. Do I think they'll animate the elite? Definitely, yeah. They're going to animate every enemy in the game. Could take a while, though. But they will all eventually be animated. Fear not. I think we block here. Ow. You are a jerk. Have I won a challenge like this? We've done it on every character except Clad so far. Yeah, he's going to block. It's kind of risky. Not that much block, though. Right? It's only 10? Yeah, 10. So I do need 3 attacks. But if we get not 3 attacks, it means I have 3 defends. That's fine. Cool. Okay, Colorless Potion could be huge for the fish. Oops, don't click on cards. Still just kind of iffy against the fish. It's only really good first cycle. I'll take the colorless pot. And we're going to rest. How did we win with the green lady? With 1 hit point left is how. It's pretty sweet. Yeah, it's a sweet run. And I think we're hoping for damage here. I'm going to colorless potion right away. Mayhem. Oh, Purity has Retain now. Wait, that's actually kind of good. Yes, for this challenge, we can use cards generated in mid-combat. The rule is about what's in the permanent deck. But yeah, we are allowed to play non-starter cards from potions. It's kind of impossible if you don't do that. Does Madness play the... Mayhem play the eyes? It does, but it's kind of just like discarding them. I guess that's okay. I'd rather get rid of them, though. That sounds good. Blah, 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 blah. Goes the fish. And I'm going to wait until I draw at least 2 of them at the same time. There we go. Nice. Good Kusarigama turn. Now it's intangible. Bashed. Draw 2. Actually, good time to draw 2. Yeah, I'm going to draw 2 now. So I can play Bash, Strike, Strike. And the Beckon will go to the discard pile. Although I probably should have played Bash first, probably. I like the guaranteed 3 strikes next turn. Still looks like we might lose here. This turn in particular is very bad. It's intangible next turn. I think we're cooked. Yeah, I think I'm dead. Oh, hold. Hold. I think we have it. Yeah, we have it. We have it. Wait. Yeah, we have it. We have it. Holy. The power. Wow. Wow. Imagine. Imagine dying there. Would never do that. Not even close, baby. You gonna give me free strikes? I would love free strikes. No, you're not. I will take upgrade 4. That's pretty good. Yeah, probably upgrade 3 strikes and 1 defend. Really wish it was free strikes, though. Remove 4. Yeah, about that. About that. It seems iffy. How good are wax relics here? I don't think they're that good. No, I don't think they're good enough. Hey, look, my attacks do 9 damage. With the wax relics, you've realized it's vital to choose the order you click them in? Yes. Yes, it is. It's spiked. $50-50 every time? Yeah, I'm going to defend here. I guess I want to wait. Okay, potions. We like potions. I like going to a shop as well. Oh, with foul potions especially? Hell yeah. Sign me right up. Go this way. Yeah, sign me right up. No. Show me some silent cards. How cool would it be if we had dagger spray? How cool would it be if we had noxious fumes? What about the new Blade of Ink card? What about Nightmare Bash? Now we must skip them all, unfortunately. Can we get through another fight? I'm sure we can, right? Smile. Surely it's not hard. Okay, it's just the Thieving Hopper. Actually, he might take a card we don't want. That would be great. I don't think I get to play Defend here. I think I want to play Strike Plus. Oh, he took the unupgraded Strike. Sick. Good riddance. Wait, I'm dumb. No. I played the wrong card there. That should have been Strike Plus and Bash. I'm dumb. Why am I dumb? Okay, don't take that card back. Is Dolly's Mirror allowed? Yes. Punch Dagger is here. We like Punch Dagger a lot. We also like Parrying Shield a fair amount. A lot of good things here. First and foremost, throw the potions at the merchant. We're rich. I have to imagine we enchant a strike with momentum. And yeah, that makes us want to remove a card as well, I'm sure. Let's lose one defend. Let's enchant strike. And I could buy one of these two. I should buy one of these. I should buy the power pot for the boss. Strength pot's good too. I should buy all of these potions. Yeah, I should buy all of these potions. Good talk. Great. Okay. I sure am glad I bought all of these potions. I feel like I may need to attack potion turn 1 here. Do I have any idea how momentum works with anger? I don't, actually. That's what I was hoping for. Unfortunately, that's not enough to kill the Chomper this turn, but I can kill it before it chomps me next turn. That probably lets me play defend. We always kill, right? Yeah, we always kill. Okay. Take 8. The days are going to be annoying. That's all right. Yeah, it's good to get 1 on this turn. It's fine. Bonus energy here. Bludgeon breaks the block, so it always stuns. Okay, that actually went pretty well thanks to Attack Pot. Definitely don't see that going well without the Attack Pot, so pretty grateful. We even do take another 8 here as well. Ouch. Bonk. And then the elite fight is next, probably, so I'm going to wait. Try to get the Happy Flower up. Just by 1. And then I could upgrade Defend here. Feels like resting might be the right play, though, into this Elites. Elites are scary. Okay, this is good. First time we lose health, draw cards. Gets us back to the Momentum Strike faster. And I can get the card draw relic, or I can just get some money here. Money's really strong, so I think I might click twice here. Although money is presuming that we get to Act 3. I think I'm going to do it. Reach deeper twice, take 135 bucks. So we go into... Okay, really good elite. This is the best elite we could have fought for sure. This is great news. This is really good news. I don't think I have to potion here. That's how good news this is. Thanks to momentum. Very exciting. The Dorito Bro. Do that. I am going to have to take a big hit on this turn, unfortunately. There's no way around it. Thankfully, I didn't even draw my block, so I didn't have to talk about deciding not to block or anything like that. Just don't. You should be dead here. Nice. We get better blocks as well as a speed potion. I'll take it. Definitely gonna have a nap. This fight is not easy either. Ouch. Uh, 15, right? These are 9 and 6, so I can block with 2 defense here. I'm going to try to kill the Silk Bullbug first. It's annoying. Guess I'll do it this way. Take 8. Go with Thorns. This thing is stunned for this turn. Finish off the Bullbug next turn, then we can maybe block or something. Fight's pretty terrifying, though. Thankfully, Momentum Strike is here to save the day. Then defend. Next turn, we should have a kill. Yeah, we should have a kill next turn. Okay, very scary fight, as you can see. We do win. Okay. Holy no. No, I'm not fighting this guy. Hell no. You can have the key back, bud. Enjoy. What if Ephemerate was just changed to a 0 cost? That would make it feel a lot better. Yeah, that would make it feel better, for sure. Would it be too good then? Maybe? Alright, I actually feel decent into Knowledge Demon here. I do think we need help from Power Pot, maybe also Strength Potion. Let's do the Power Pot first, see if it's good enough to keep the Strength Potion. Hellraiser. Hellraiser is hilarious here. Hellraiser is very funny here. I think I still need the Strength Pot, though. Lets me play my defense. It also means I can't take Mine Rot. So I got to take Disintegration. I was going to think that Mind Rot would be good here, but it's not really. We do take a full 17 here. Then we draw cards, which just auto-plays our strikes. Look at that damage output. Holy. It's so good. I think maybe I should use this as well. We're taking a lot of damage here. Yeah, let's use everything we have. So now he's definitely doing too much damage. Holy, we got the Momentum Strike twice there. That was badass. GG. Okay, Knowledge Demon goes down. We make it to Act 3, which means we get the money payoff, at least hopefully. And Act 3 can really change things, especially when Nonu is involved. Because Nonu can give us glorious, glorious things. We can get the Fur Coat, marking enemies to have 1 hit point. We can take the Blessed Antler, giving us more energy, but 1-time dazes. The dazes are not that bad, and the energy is very nice. Or we can give everything glam. I'm thinking about Fur Coat, though. I really like the Fur Coat here. Because there is forced elites on all the paths that have good shops, or any shop at all, actually. Yeah, if we go to a shop, we're currently forced into an elite, and I would really like to not have to fight an elite in Act 3, because Mechanite is very deadly. Who's our act boss? It's Doormaker. Okay, Doormaker actually probably one of the best to fight here. Wait, I can do 2 shops, no elites? Hold on. Am I blind? Oh, I am blind. Yeah, there's a way through. I am blind. So is it dazed? Still think I want the free A fights. Why is Doormaker good? Because against the Doormaker, we can survive for a while. We can also exhaust a few cards such that we draw the Momentum Strike every turn. Look at the Fur Coat. Fur Coat worked out for us before. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, look at that. The path I already wanted to go on just got better. You can also go this way pretty easily. We fight 1 easy pull fight, and that'll actually be it as long as the events don't contain combats. That's pretty good. Unfortunately, we have no potions for that first fight, but hopefully it's just like Scrolls of Biting or something. And I can just kill them. Yeah, it is them. Can I just kill them, though? I think I just have to tank all of this damage to the face on turn 1 here, sadly. Seems ouchy. Yeah, goodbye max health. Just call it the tax. Again, this is the only fight we have to get through, so just face tank it. Kusarigama going. Ow. Ow, ow. There we go. Happy Flower's weird. Happy Flower's weird here. Don't even bother. Okay. Don't be a fight. It's not a fight. Let's trade some health and get a relic. Is event after the last shop dangerous because of forced card events? Ooh, that's a good call, actually. Maybe that means we want to go on the left path. Yeah, that's a good call, actually. Pick a fight. We get Whetstone, which upgrades 1 strike. Great. Just what I wanted. Thanks for that. Tent is here, but I don't think Tent is very good, unfortunately. Berry in a bottle could be good. Gorge could be pretty good. What's a forced card event? So some events will just, you have to add a card to your deck, like the Inventor card, where you create a custom card. There's no way to turn it down, so you have to get a custom card added to the deck, which would violate the rules of our challenge. Oh yeah, Gorget is pretty bad against Door. It's only 3 then 2 then 1 block, so this is 6 hit points. Oh, that makes it a lot kind of bad, right? Maybe I just buy the Fairy then. Feels like there's no need to remove any cards at this point because of Door. So I'm just going to buy the Fairy, which is more health than the Blood Pot. Is it fine if we remove before the end of the run? It is, but that's why we're discussing the probability, though, that if you get it right at the end of the run, there is no possibility to remove it. So this particular note is kind of dangerous for that reason. Ooh, corrupt. Well, we have to corrupt. I guess that's fine. I'll corrupt a strike. I don't think I want to corrupt Bash. Is it intended that you can't skip cards at events? Yes, it's very much intended that you cannot skip events. Hey, wait a second. Yeah, they did that on purpose. As like a design philosophy thing, where they don't want the events to just be something the player skips. Yeah, let's rest here, just in case. +1 strength will help. Just a little bit, but it does help. Gain a debt divine 6 times. That we can remove with the shop, right? I think we want to go for the 6 divines, because this gets us a relic. I would like a relic. It could also get us another curse, which would be bad. But that's one of the reasons curses are allowed. As long as you reveal something in the middle, you should hit the box every time, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we go here. Okay, so we saw the box. We can reveal the box. My aura is gleaming. I'll just go for small divinations then. We don't really care about the money or cards. Get a strawberry. Great. Oh, not that one. Dead. Power pot. Okay, excellent potion. Excellent potion. Unfortunately, the relic does nothing in the boss fight, so it's actually quite bad. But the potion's good. We can do better than a block pot, probably, too. 600 gold into the shop gets us what? Can make my attacks ethereal. I don't think I want that. Potion belt. Wait, potion belt, power pot. Holy. And skill pot. Holy. Okay, that's really good. Yeah, we definitely don't want Ghost Seed. Do not take the Ghost Seed. Do remove the debt. Don't forget that. Okay, so the only things I'm allowed to do here are buy a relic. Both of these... one relic is bad, the other relic does nothing. I can buy the potion, which seems to be worse than the current potions. So I guess I just buy the Stone Frog, which does nothing. And we have one more relic. Hooray! Yeah, buy it for good luck. Rub the toad. Begin. Okay. Didn't draw a strike plus on turn 1, huh? That is actually kind of bad. I imagine we use our power potions right away. There's no reason not to, right? Good hits are Demon Form especially is good. Barricade, I guess, is okay. Juggernaut is okay. Oh yeah, we get 7 block if we wait a turn. I don't think that's a good idea, though. Crimson Mantle's good. Yeah, Crimson Mantle's quite good. Hellraiser's very bad. We do not want Hellraiser. That's right, because it'll auto-play our strike and exhaust it. So we do not want Hellraiser or Juggling for this, or not Juggling. We do want Juggling. Actually, Juggling's great. We definitely want Juggling. Okay, cool. Yeah, I want Juggling. It's not Juggling. Cruelty is good, though. That's more damage, which is the main thing we want here, right? Cruelty is excellent. More so than Mantle. And then you are another Cruelty. What about Rupture? I can do Rupture with the Strike. Interesting. And Skill Pot might have armaments. Do we Skill Potion right away? I don't want to Skill Potion next turn, right? We should Skill Potion. Yeah, we should Skill Potion now. Just see what we get. Colossus is really good. We could also use Stoke to do interesting things. But I think we just want Colossus. Yeah, I'm taking Colossus here. Any reason to play any cards? Not really. Welcome! Unfortunately, we're relegated to not playing this Bash or this Strike on this turn, but I will just defend Strike, Strike. And then we always draw all of our cards next turn. So we can always go Bash plus the Momentum Strike plus Colossus to block. That's pretty good. I guess we Block Potion now? Actually, no, we probably want to keep it because of interactions with Fairy. And you're still attacking me. You just want to go Strike Colossus again, I think. Strike's doing good damage. Next turn is the Devour turn. I think I have to Bash. Yeah, I think I Bash now. Because we die before it wears off, right? That's how I'm feeling. We Bash, we play this Strike, and then maybe I Block Pot here. And then I only have the Momentum Strike left, so I'm only playing the Momentum Strike once a turn. Maybe I can't play this Strike. Seems very bad. Vuln wears off, we die? Yes. Yeah, I don't think we have enough, is how I'm feeling. But maybe I just play Defend in this Strike? Okay, let's try that. They don't play Colossus. Now I have to Bash. And Colossus and Strike. Wait on Block Pot again. We might be using Block Pot after the Fairy. It kind of depends on the thresholds here. This turn we just Colossus Strike. Next turn we bash again. Next turn we bash again. Okay. Is this also the turn for Colossus, is my question. If I Colossus for 4 block, goes to 10/2. And then I block pot, we live. Then I can ferry the next hit. Then we die after that, probably, unless maybe the defend is just barely enough. The other option is I play this defend and we block pot, we ferry now, and then we Colossus afterwards. I don't think that's going to work. Now we only have 2 cards left, by the way. Yeah, this is the fairy turn, obviously. That's not enough damage, is it? Yeah, I think I'm cooked. I can live this turn. Okay, so we get 1 more strike play, but it's not enough damage. We're just shy here, chat. But you can see we put up a valiant effort. Look at that. 35 health left on Doormaker as we die. GG. So close. So close. 1 better potion, 1 better power from the power pot, and we had that. 1 stone calendar instead of permafrost, and we had that. GG. GG. Maybe Stoke was the play after all. Yeah, Stoke could have done it. Stoke could have done it. But that's definitely our best attempt with Clad so far. So I'm pretty happy about that. I'm very happy about that. Is that the first third act boss death on this challenge? With Clad it is, yeah. Oh, I see. I was wondering about the Corrupted. Yes, so I could have played Corrupted Strike on turn 1. And then that would have activated Centennial Puzzle. And then I could have played the Momentum Strike. Yes, I could have done that. Yes, I could have done that, and that might have been enough to win. So we definitely missed that play. Ooh, Petrified Toad. That's going to help a lot in Act 1. So we're going to try to fight a bunch of elites in Act 1 here. And then die to Legavulin. Sounds good. One more momentum would have been 35 damage. Yeah, momentum would have been 5 damage every time we played that strike, right? So how many times did I play the strike? Lots. Free the toad. Is the dupe of your deck event worth it in this challenge? No way. Definitely not. Because you get a super bad curse that you're going to draw every other turn, pretty much. Not my potion-shaped rock. No! Rip. Not my rock. What makes the path so special with Golden Compass? It's longer. It's 2 floors longer than a regular path. As well as having 2 treasure chests, so you get 2 guaranteed relics. Is it worth your boss reward? It's decent. It's good if you get to look at the map beforehand, right? So if your path is terrible, it's not bad. I'm actually going to discard that. I just want 3 rocks. Bunga bunga. Pay 40 gold for a random upgrade, or get a random upgrade without paying 40 gold. I get more stuff, I realize. But I'm just going to take the 1 random upgrade. Thanks. Defend plus. Bash plus. Rock plus. Oh no, it's the Gremlin Merc. I'm gonna steal all my money. I need that money. More like Gremlin Jerk, am I right? Weaken me? How dare you? That's very satisfying. I liked it. And I'll wait a turn, right? We want to turn 1 energy into the elite here. Pretty sure. Pretty sure. Bonk. My money back. I'll take an energy potion. Those are pretty good. Can do realistically 18 damage with an energy pot, 15 damage with a potion-shaped rock. Sounds good. Terror Eel is a good recipient for rocks to the face. I think I have to defend here. Unless I'm really just rushing it. Maybe rushing it full send, actually. Right? Full send? We're doing full send. Smile. No, we're blocking. Great. And then I'll buy myself 1 more turn here. Take another 4. I think we want to kill, or stun rather, on this turn. You don't really want to stun Terror Eel with Vigor, but it's fine if you're going to kill it before it hits you again. Am I allowed to upgrade Bash into Break? Nope. I am not. Meal ticket is appreciated. Gremlin Horn is definitely appreciated. If we kill an enemy, draw a card and gain 1 energy. Especially into these 2. Bruh. Let's draw. Okay, good fight with the Gremlin Horn here. And with rocks. I'm gonna throw 2 rocks at this guy. Make it a 3-on-1. And I have 1 draw, 1 energy on turn 1 as well. Seems pretty good. And then I'm going to try to kill this one next. Oops. Meant to defend there, actually. Could have struck. That would have worked, too. Very clean fight, thanks to the twin rocks. I can even set up Happy Flower here. Get a vulnerable potion and the Sparkling Rouge, giving us strength on turn 3, strength and dex. on turn 3, which we do very much appreciate, especially in the Lagavulin fight coming up. Barak. Still not sure about Lagavulin, though. Oh, you don't die to the rock. Foolish. Have a rock. Conveniently, rock does exactly 15, hard countered by the rock. This is a good fight for the Heart of Iron, right? Yeah, it's Heart of Iron here. Might actually want 2 rocks for the Lagavulin, as weird as that sounds. It's entirely possible that Lagavulin simply kills me. Straw idiot. Parrying shield helps a lot. If we end a turn with at least 10 block, do 6 damage. That's nice. But yeah, I still think we're kind of hosed here. I'm going to upgrade Strike, but I have low expectations. Not going to a shop, I think, was a big mistake. I probably should have gone this way. Do well. Oh yeah, I probably should have taken the rock over the speed pots. Maybe not with a parrying shield. But I'd save Heart of Iron for Lagavulin. Problem is, in this fight, we need damage, not block. Little energy potion here. Yeah, damage is the problem. So I think we just get cooked here. Yeah, we're very short. Okay, we do live this turn. As well, because I do 6 damage with the shield. But yeah, we just kind of collapse here. Get pretty close, though. But yeah, it's not enough. Not quite. Yeah. GG. Needed 2 more rocks than I had. You allowed to clone a momentum strike? No, because if it's a momentum strike, then it's already got an enchantment. Sluntley with the prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. No, enchantments are allowed. Clone is an enchantment. If a card has an enchantment, you can't clone it, because clone is the enchantment. You're going to need at least a decent starting bonus from Niao here. Does Mirror copy the enchantment? Yes, it should. Here we go. 1 strike, 1 defend upgraded is pretty good. Okay, Lagavulin again. This time we know that we have to go to the shop. Unless we can already beat the boss. So let's try this, but better. Even maybe go here? I don't think so, though. Is there a way to get a card with more than 1 enchantment? As far as I'm aware, no. Do not believe there is such a thing. I actually need to full block that. QXC with the Prime sub of the full year of support. That last run is about how well your runs go. Valid. Valid feeling. Name's Ed. Enchant Ed. Spoils map, huh? I think we don't have the luxury of doing that. We have to beat Lagavulin, so I'm going to look at a potion here. Potions would be good here. This fight's spicy. Probably have to potion this fight. Or just tank this hit. I think that's probably the better play. 21 damage next turn, so let's hit this one. And then this one will debuff. Yeah, okay, okay. Yeah, just gotta take that one hit. I think that's mandatory. Powder Demise, another good potion. Okay, that's good against Lagavulin. That's something we should keep to the boss. For 9 damage per turn. Big deal, big deal. That fight goes on for a long time. And yeah, I don't think I want to fight the Elite without the Bash upgrade. Kind of ballsy. Maybe we can pull it off. I think we need to be ambitious. You know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to skip this upgrade. We're going to go Elite, Event, Elite here. This is also a good fight for Powder Demise, unfortunately. I think I'll just Vulnerable Potion this thing. Keep it vulnerable. Okay, good first Elite, I think. Yeah, very good first Elite. Pretty happy with that outcome. Get the Vambrace. First time we get block each combat, double it. That's definitely good. I do like the Vambrace quite a bit. And I definitely like this event. This is the best event in Act 1. If you're trying to win this challenge, get a Spiral Enchanted Strike Plus that hits twice. That's massive damage. And if we can find the Mystic Lighter, it's even better. And then hit this one next, I think. Could block a full 5 here. I don't think that's correct, though. Mystic Lighter plus the mini cannon. Now you're talking. Now you were talking. Plus the strike dummy. Plus all of it. Actually, bash doesn't kill here, huh? So let's go defend, defend. Strike one more time. Turn's a little spicy, and yet, no, it's not. Next turn, spicy. One of them will multi-hit. Yeah, this guy. Ouch. Should be good now, though. Am I? 8 plus 13 twice. That'll do it. Nice. Get +1 strength. Okay, that's also huge. So getting rewarded for risking our life in these events. In these elite fights, rather. We know this one is the Terror Eel. I think Terror Eel's not that bad. I do think I should rest, though, with that fire. Get another relic. Hopefully it's a good one. It's not. Okay. Money is nice, at least. So it's more money into the shop, which is something, but... eh. Can't be the coral... No, this can't be the coral guy. This is always Terror Eel. Guess I'm not playing Bash, huh? A little too perfect. Our strike does 20 damage. You'd love to see it. Okay, I'm just gonna tank this hit. Next turn we should stun it with Bash into Strike. Huge damage. It's always Terror Eel because you can't fight an elite you've already fought until you fought all 3 elites. Is how it works in this game. It's different from how it worked in Spire 1. Okay, Ornamental Fan is awesome with our replay strike. That often gives us 4 block when we play that. Huge. Yeah, strike doing 30 with a Vul is very strong. Oops. Not quite the draws I wanted. Do I think Underdogs are better than Overgrowth for the starting deck challenge? I think they are. Yeah, I think the events you can get are better. Are we strong enough that I can avoid this shop and go for the 4th elite? I'm tempted. I'm really tempted. Don't get baited again. I mean, last run we didn't have enough damage. Now we have more damage, though, is the thing. I like being able to upgrade Bash for sure, though. Now, let's go to the shop. Lagging does not much. Dupe Pot's okay. These are not very good, unfortunately. I will dunk one of my strikes. Maybe. Akabeko's okay with double strike. It doesn't work that way. I don't believe. Maybe it does. I'm pretty sure it doesn't work that way, though. Still, +8 damage on the first hit is not bad. Yeah, it works on multi-hit, not on replay. That's what I thought. Yeah, it's only going to work one time. You like the flagon? It's so hard to use flagon on Clad, though. It's so hard. You have to get 5 energy. Better to remove a defend because of fan. Yeah, probably true, actually. Move one defend. I think I keep my money. Definitely making me feel like I should have fought the elite then. Do I swap for a better potion at least? Maybe fire pot over speed pot just to be sure. I hate bridges. No, this is fine actually. Free remove. Great. Anything that helps me draw the replay strike more often is good here. Yeah. And I imagine we just wake up with Bash Strike. There's nothing else to wait for. This is basic Ascension. That's right. Yeah. This challenge is possible on high Ascension, but it's way, way, way harder. And you'll have to reset way, way, way more. So not really advised. Let's keep the bash going. You can see we're much better on the damage race here. Look at that. We're healing to full, so this is irrelevant. Don't overthink it. Great. Get 115 bucks, and we get our first ancient reward from Pale here. Pale's Wing is one of the best. We can sacrifice card rewards to get relics, so we can get more relics by taking more fights. We like that a lot. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. And because we're already pretty strong, between the Vambrace and the upgraded Defend and the Replaying Strike, we can handle the combats of Act 2. This doesn't do anything if you're just losing fights, though, right? Pale's Eye seems bad. Take the Wing. The Eye would have let us use the Flagon. That would have been kind of fun. And yes, a Prayer Wheel would be insane here. I might not go this way. I might go this way. I want to get to this shop, probably. Chant. Pretty good fight. Wait. I almost forgot. Sacrifice the card reward. There we go. I remembered, chat. I remembered. It's fine. Don't panic. Don't panic. Please do not the card. Reward. Nice. Blood Potion's good. Sacrifice. So we get Chandelier. On turn 3, gain 3 energy. Is not bad. Okay, feeling strong. We're healing from the fights. That's a good sign. Flagon, come back. Egg? Maybe a fire pot turn 1, actually. Wow, I have a lot of energy, huh? The Bash Strike is 11, 10, 10. We can kill this back guy. Nice. Another good fight. That was a hard pool fight. Sacrifice. I think we're going to go for the elite here. I feel strong. Famous last words. Oh no. Okay, we at least drew that. Kind of an awkward draw here. Suddenly feeling a lot weaker. Yeah, feeling bad about this fight. I'm gonna colorless potion here. This is fine. Okay, we at least got the replay strike on this turn. Good. Okay, maybe I overreacted, but that's fine. Sacrifice. Reptile Trinket. When you use a potion, get 3 strength for the rest of the turn. That's great news. These guys are jerks. Remember when the Silent Run killed one of these guys on turn 1? That Silent Run was so strong. Yeah, that Silent Run was cracked. Silent had a bag of marbles and 15 damage strikes, so she just played 3 strikes for 22 damage, and it just died. It just died. It's pretty good. Also pretty good is having 6 energy on turn 3. Turns out I like that. What I don't like is this turn. I still can't kill it. Unfortunate. Could kill it with a fire pot, but I'd rather take some damage, I think. Yeah, I'd rather take damage. This is non-negotiable. Wait, can I? Oh, no, I'm dumb. Yeah, no, Bash Strike kills. Okay, good. Thank you, chat. Math is hard. Okay, great. Upgrade another strike. Or damage. And I sure hope this fight's easy. Okay, it is. This guy is so easy. It's definitely how I feel in the starter deck runs. This guy is easy. Get free energy every turn for playing cards I already have to play. Is duplicating cards allowed for this challenge? It sure is. Please be dead next turn. No potion elite. That's kind of insane. Beetlejuice. Makes enemies do less damage. Warpaint upgrades 2 defends. The only 2 defends we have, so that's pretty good. And don't forget to sacrifice the card reward, getting a boat thingy for 10 block on turn 1. It's all coming together here. Bag of Prep gives me more cards on turn 1. It's all coming together. Do I dare fight another elite? I think I do dare. With 3 potions. I think I do dare. I have to be willing to use a couple potions here. But I can kill Dr. Bees. These guys are maybe easier than Dr. Bees is. Let's see. Bash into Strike does 41, right? Really want to be weakened. So I think I fire pot the back one here. No, fire pot the middle one. Kill the front one. Don't be weakened. Yeah, I don't want to get weakened here. Nice. Still don't want to get weakened. Is that true? I think maybe now I have to take the weaken. If I kill this one, we just get stuck in a loop here. Have to take some damage and weaken them further. Let's bring you down to 10 health. Block for a lot. Although maybe I should have avoided being weakened on the turn where I have 6 energy, actually. I think this is fine, though. Knowing we're getting the replaying strike next turn, I'm going to kill this one. And then bash this one. Hopefully we kill them both on this turn. Strike, strike here kills. Replay strike will kill as long as I use one potion. So I just got to use one potion here. Let's use the blood pot. Cool. We get massively rewarded here. Sturdy Clamp lets us keep 10 block across turns. Great with Vambrace. Great with Anchor. And we sack another card reward. That was good. That was really good. This is going better than expected. Festive Popper's pretty good for 9 damage. If I remove a strike, I always draw the same cards on turn 1. It's kind of a thing. We definitely want to buy potions that make cards. Triangle Thingy upgrades 2 random cards in the draw pile at the start of each combat, which would currently just be 2 strikes. Don't think that's very good. Yeah, I'm going to remove another basic strike. I'm going to buy Skill Pot, Colorless Pot. I guess we keep the rest of the money. Will I redo this challenge when Architect is in the game? I will definitely be revisiting certain challenges when Architect is added. I think I'm going to fight the Elite, by the way. We know this is B-Guy. And I think I can beat him. Like, pretty sure. Dr. Bees! Real skill pot here, though. Holy Flame Barrier. Taunt's pretty good, too. Get cooked, buddy. The Beetlejuice will kill him. We kill him? Maybe. Get burned to death, idiot. Yeah, see how hard this fight was? That's free. That's a free fight. We get Prayer Wheel. Holy Prayer Wheels here. Prayer Wheel means now regular combats will give us a full relic. Although there are no more regular combats this act. We did get a third potion, too. Sacrifice to get the game piece when we play a power draw card. Unfortunately, I don't have very many of those. Rory with the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Also, yeah, there is actually one more fight. I lied. So we get a bonus relic. Bonus relics would be good here. Power pot's great. Sacrifice, sacrifice. We get a gambling chip. Wait. Just think about it for a second. Think about it. Wait a minute. This is useless. Flag and come back. Yeah, so all of my cards are in the hand already. So I can discard one of them to draw it back. I just draw the same cards that I discard. If I had, like, a Silent Relic or something, this could do something, but it doesn't do anything. It's funny. Anyway, let's drink a power potion. Unmovable is good here. Double or block. Oh, the game piece tried to draw there. That's fine. I definitely want to kill Rocket first. That's huge damage. $32 block? Seems good. It is not enough damage to kill, though, sadly. Why are we on Ascension 0? Because this is my deck. Behold my deck of cards. Okay, now it's a one-on-one. I think that means we win. Pretty sure that means we win. She'll block 3 times there, actually. Retain 10. Fine. No way to scale is definitely a little annoying. Only a bit, though. Yeah. Yeah, very reasonable one-on-one. We win! We are winners. And we get to sacrifice the rare card to Pale. Look at all those relics we have. This is a ton of relics for a starting deck run. I see we're fighting Tanks. Tanks has some really good blessings. Unfortunately, we're also fighting the Test Experiment, who might just be the hardest of the Act 3 bosses to defeat in this challenge. Which I think is a really big problem. We get Spiked Gauntlets, though. We're not allowed to transform cards into Maul, as those are not starting cards. As cool as that would be to just have a deck that is 6 copies of Maul and basically nothing else. Spike Gauntlets are great. Just 1 more energy every turn. Or our first card is played 1 more time. Surely the Gauntlets are better than that. Throwing Axe could let me double a power potion. That's true. That is true. And no, I don't think that gives you 4 strikes. It would only be 3. I think I'm still going to go with Spike Gauntlets here. Interesting shop placements. I imagine we do want to take regular combats, right? We should be able to defeat most of them without too much trouble. It sounds weird to say. I feel like it's true, especially with 4 energy. We should do well into the hallway fights. We get lots of money, too. We can take an elite. I'm not sure about that. Elites are very scary. That's better. Yeah, the big problem is Mecha Knight, who is a huge threat. See, the scrolls get destroyed, though. You get Shuriken! Okay, oh, that's huge. Wait, that's huge. We have scaling. We have actual offensive scaling. And everything is good. You'd love to see it. Yeah, it counts as two attacks for Shuriken, because it is 2 card plays. Sacrifice. Okay, more max health is fine. Don't like this potion very much. This the run? I mean, it sure could be. Sure do a lot of damage. Just frail. Frail, no problem. Crazy to get through these Act 3 hallways without actually that much trouble. Happy Flower for even more energy. This guy's a little tough. The Bug Knight. Frog Knight. Only a little bit, though. Gotta make sure we keep doing damage. Is this seeded? Nope. Nope, this is the result of a random attempt. We've had a number of failures. Finally, some success. Easy. Yeah, it's crazy to clear these fights with no trouble. Crazy. Bellows! Our first hand each combat is upgraded. Guess what? It already was. That does nothing. So, bad relic. That's alright. We have almost 600 bucks into the shop now. Tent is here. Pendulum is here. Nunchaku is here. These are kind of whatever. I guess Pendulum is maybe something. I think I maybe remove a defend here. We can go to another shop, and I probably should. I kind of just want to have 5 cards. So I think I'm going to try to remove 2 cards here. You do nothing. Huzzah. Imagine doing something. Pendulum lets me always draw 6. No, Pendulum is Pendulum is revised on the beta branch to be 1 draw every 3 turns, like Happy Flower. So it's only every 3rd turn. Pantograph. actually kind of does nothing because I'm at full health. This is weird. Why am I so strong? More max health. Okay, we do like that a lot. I don't think I fight this elite. There's 2 more relics, though. Probably have to use my strength pot. I'm not going to do it. Give me this. Yeah, again, just kind of too scared of Mechanite. The others are not that bad. But Mechanite is a terror. This is a self-imposed challenge. Good question. Yeah, self-imposed. I very much enjoy self-imposed challenges in video games. I'm really enjoying kind of theory crafting ones that are doable in Spire. Yeah, the deck is insane. Why is this deck so good? Really goes to show you that relics, just if you have enough relics, then you're strong. There it is, the mini cannon. Now the strikes do 3 more damage. Holy damage output. I'm actually not that afraid of Experiment Guy. Become big? Who cares if I draw fewer cards at the start of the combat? I'm just going to have even more max health. Become big. Huge. This gluttony will cost you. That is not it. Kusarigama's bonus damage, so I'm probably just going to buy that. Attack potion looks pretty good as well. Fortifier potion's pretty good. But yeah, not the lighter. I think Kusarigama is a must-take because it does more damage. Which means we won't quite have the remove. If we remove, we get to minimalist, huh? True. Okay, that is tempting. That would mean no Kusarigama, though. I'm also not sure I want to go down to 5 cards because the boss is going to add statuses. So I think I'm going to go Kusarigama attack pot here. Over Beetlejuice. Yeah, phase 2 is going to be rough. Could have had big against small. Big. Big clad. Alright, I don't think we play any skills in phase 1 here. I want to keep the Vambrace. Oh, he just dies on turn 1. I'm into it. No power pot? We don't have a power pot. No power pot here. Is there any benefit to waiting? Not really, right? Die. Now is, I think, where we use the attack potion. Stomp is weird. Maybe just go for Molten Fist. It exhausts. Stomp is always damage until we start getting burns in phase 3, and then it starts to really hurt. But it's probably worth it. Probably worth it. Wow, that guy's kind of screwed. We definitely want a full block, too. Getting a wound would be bad here. Okay, so our damage is kind of cracked, right? Now for the hard part. Now for the part where we get wounds. Burns, rather. I think we're going to use the colorless potion next turn. Stop gets me energy back. I would rather have this next turn, right? Pretty sure. Okay, good draw here. Good turn for plus strength. Jackpot. Holy. Jackpot. I got a 1-cost drum of battle. That's funny. Looks like we got it, though. That jackpot was awesome. Played again. Holy. The power? Played again. GG. And that is Ironclad winning with just a starting deck. Not just winning, by the way, but winning mightily. Absolutely destroying the game with the starting deck. That was crazy. That was crazy. I pity you. Kill, says the Clad. The gigantic Ironclad with 120 hit points. GG. Yeah, this Clad sure hit the jackpot. 2 rows of relics. Look at all that. Should have gone for the remove. I should have trusted. Should have trusted. GG. What you learned here is you just need to take more elites and get more relics to win on A10. Yeah, relics are good. That should be the key takeaway from this performance here, is that relics are really good. This is a run that, obviously, the deck doesn't look like anything special. It's just 3 strikes, 2 defends, and bash. But it performed so well because of all the relics adding bonus value. Just giving me lots of stuff so that I could throw out damage every turn. Like, 0 damage Construct Summoning Guy, 1 damage Globe Head, 4 damage Frog Knight. Dang. We actually perfected basically all of Act 3, which is ridiculous for a starting deck challenge. Just ridiculous. But yeah, big shout out to Pale's Wing plus the Prayer Wheel for just generating so many relics. Awesome run. Yeah, expected the Strike Replay Potion to be part of our winning strat, but we didn't need it with this deck. We did not need it with this deck. Crazy. Yeah, totally crazy. Well, that's a nice high note to end the Spire on. Next up, Twitch chat, we're going to go back into the realm of learning languages and play some more Chants of Sennaar. But before that happens, I am going to take a break here. Going to refill the leg, stretch the water. Grab a quick snack. Be back in a few minutes, and then we're going to go to some cozy puzzle game action. What Ascension would this deck be? This feels like it would have been okay on Ascension 9. Right? Like, we kill Test Subject just as quickly on Ascension 9. Double Boss Gauntlet, maybe? I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about 2 bosses. But I think this would have worked up to A9. At minimum. Very, very strong run. I can't believe we killed it before it gave us any burns. It's ridiculous. Started doing a journalless run of Sennaar. Interesting. Journalless run. That's cute. Alright, chat. I'll be back in a bit to switch things up. Yerby? right, chat, we are back. Thank you for your patience. It's time for some Chants of Sennaar. Still thrilled by that Clad run, by the way. A starting deck only Clad not being just easy, but decisively crushing all of Act 3. That felt cool. That felt really cool. Sweet run. Yeah, Clad was easier than most of your normal runs. Mine too, honestly. It was surprisingly free. Gambling chip MVP, that's right. Welcome back, one and all, to Chants of Sennaar. Mountain Dew Manic Pixie Dream Girl, what a name, what a player. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club, and thanks for the Prime sub. Hello and welcome. Does that complete the starting deck challenge? Yes, that was every character now done. That is right. We are, in fact, finished. Which is pretty sweet. Hey there, Henning. I appreciate it when you do that. Thank you. Yeah, pretty much anytime I'm not live streaming, my computer is running 1 or 2 Twitch streams of other people's channels to help them out. Barator with 20 months of support. So this will be our second session of Chants of Sennaar. We're about, 2.5 hours into the game here. We'll be diving back into things. If you've not seen it before, if you missed the first session, this is a language deciphering puzzle game where the goal is to determine the meaning of a whole bunch of different symbols within a language, of which there are 4 within the game. So the initial like worker basic language was pretty straightforward to decipher, but the additional languages have changed up the grammar and complexity such that they're a little bit more tricky. Yes, by the way, yes, we didn't actually learn all of the meanings of the warrior language, so we might want to go back and do that at some point. At the moment, I'm pretty happy venturing forward into this new area, though. But yes, I do realize we did not did not actually complete the warrior language. There aren't 4. Wait, what? Am I wrong? Mysterious. There may be more than 4. The secret 5th language.
Oh.
Okay, so a very similar raise, repeated twofold. So here we kind of just want to wander around, look for examples of the language being used, which we can find by talking to people, as well as reading glyphs and such. And the goal is to try to figure out what the language means. Oh yeah, there's a highlight button, right?
Oh.
So what do we know so far? The little curved line means plural. A dash means not. So this is the script that's kind of written on an extended line. So the symbol is actually everything other than the line, I believe. So the not symbol is just the dash, with the bottom line being part of the base grammar. Oh yeah, and as a general reminder, I'm not looking for tips or help. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the experience of me being stuck and trying to figure out what everything means. Being spooky. We were able to get some vague ideas as to what these mean, based on these statues. Oh yeah, we need... Wait, I saw the banana. I need the banana. Give me the banana. Yes. So solving a symbol means validating the meaning of 3 symbols at the same time. This is kind of like how Curse of the Obra Dinn worked. But your journal is filled with pages like this, where you're presented with 3 concepts, and you have to match 3 symbols to their concept. Once you've done that, they'll be locked in and validated. So it's rather difficult to guess the meanings. I could brute force this if I wanted to, but that's not the intended method of doing this. And then once the meanings are locked in, the game gives verified like meanings. So it'll override whatever you wrote in with the game's meaning. Golyo with 75 months. Hey, hey, hey. All right, I do want to check the controls, though. How do I highlight interactables, chat? Oh, middle mouse. Or shift. Okay, thank you. Okay, sweet. Then let's have a look around. Hello? Something about music. Makes sense. We found these monkeys can play us a series of images here. But I don't think I quite grasp the meaning. What about you, buddy? Have a banana. Okay, we already know the symbol for warrior. Okay, wait. This gives us something. Aha, hold on. This gives me many things. This is good. Do it again. So I believe this to means the warrior holds the sword. The peasant holds the tool, or the saw. The chosen holds the instrument. with a piece of music. So this tells us both about the grammar of the language as well as some of the symbols. Right? Warrior symbol is this. So we know the middle symbol correlates to the subject, the person. So that means this symbol here must mean... what are they called? Basic guy. Just man, yeah, man. Human. Or maybe devotee. Just go with man. Mook, basic human. Then the symbol with the dot has to correlate to holding. That not even in my thing here? No, this. Yeah, holding. Holds or wields. Oop. Then the first one must mean sword, right? Sword or weapon. Oh, it shows me here. Got it. This would be tool. Some form of work implement. And this would be the implement of the chosen. Instruments. Musical. Okay. I feel like that was very helpful. A mandolin fume machine, that's right. Or something. Tell us the story of your people. Interesting. So, the chosen... Maybe it means, like, looking. Reflection might mean look. So the chosen look at, like, beauty or nature. The warriors are doing the same thing to their sword. No, wait. Is the last symbol, the unknown symbol, is the same here? We're saying the chosen are looking at the same thing that the warriors are using their weapon. I'm not quite sure what that means. And the last one relates to something that men and warriors are doing with each other. And given this outcome, it looks like they're probably fighting. right. Yeah, what kind of bird is this? Indeed. Okay. Oh no, whatever this is, being dumb is fighting. It's a holder to wield. Is the sword and the weapon? No. Unclear. Pretty sure about these two, not sure about this one. Wonder if that means love. Okay, is there anyone I can talk to around here? Wonder if I can follow that lady in. Yeah, it's probably worth going back to the start here. A part of what I'd like to do is just kind of map out the area. Because I definitely feel like I'm lost.
Huh.
Yeah, I think it means more like confusion. Being lost or maybe stupid.
Ooh.
Should mark the symbol that both of the things we're doing. Because I think this is the one that I want to learn more about. I just saw that used a bit. This feels like some kind of grammatical structure.
Oh. Oh.
Not a warrior. Warriors hold weapons. Are men warriors? Okay, we have some of the meanings here. We're confused that we're not a warrior.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, let's see if we can find other things that we haven't found yet. Booze. Okay, let's wait by the door. Pay no attention to the stranger beside the door. Oh, what have we got here? I sought you, you found me. Okay, that is helpful. I have to understand the grammar to know which ones mean which, though. Although they only have one symbol in common, right? Which is U. Which is the middle symbol here. Should be U. And that would make this one me. So this must mean to, like, seek. And this means to find. Yeah, that kind of teaches you the grammar as well. So this should be me. This could maybe mean you with the mirror, but I don't know about that. Until I'm sure what this symbol is, it's not even worth trying. Cool. Oh, this can help a lot, though, right? You. Me. Seek. Find. No? Wait, what? Which of these are reversed? Okay, I think I had me and you backwards there. Let's see how this reads now. You I sought. Me you found. Yeah, so the subject is the first word. Or object, rather. Object, subject, verb. Yoda style. Language. Let's just activate this so that we can learn how to teleport. Floor 4 unlocked here. Each of these is somebody you can potentially talk to, but I haven't figured out the purpose of these buttons yet. Yes. Instruments. Oh, cool. Drama. Instruments. No. Oh, wait. Oh, there's 3 here. I just realized. Missed that. Okay. The instrument. The mandolin fumes. And drama. There we go. Instrument. Mandolin fumes. Comedy. Okay, comedy. We're just having a laugh. Okay, one way goes up. Let's go up first, I guess. This is the same thing, okay. I'm gonna call this meeting place for now. Me something me. Oh, probably help. Hold on. Yeah, something about helping me search. I think this is emphasis, but I'm not sure. Kind of like how Spanish has an exclamation point at the beginning and an end of a sentence when it's being emphasized. I think that's what these double dots mean. I guess I need to change the water somehow. My guess. This is different. Where the hell am I? Great. Taking all of these, thank you. Oh, I am leaving it behind. Okay, no, I need the saw. I think. Looks like I can maybe also return things to their place? Question mark? We got here. Wrenches? That's not a wrench. It's like pliers. Tongs. Yeah. Are they warped tongs? No, they're pliers, apparently. Cool. Okay, so grab the saw. Keep it. Actually, wait. Grab the pliers. No? Mysterious. Just saw it open. I see. Get a glimpse of the area. I can't come here, though. There's another way in, it looks like. So I guess I'm meant to find here from somewhere else. Okay. How's it going, Oddity? Yeah, the Silent Starter deck was a great run. We did just cross off Ironclad off the list too, so now we've done starter deck with every character. The challenge is complete.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, you're not a warrior. A warrior wields a sword. You man are a warrior. Okay, cool. I can kind of understand what she's saying. Missing some of the basics. Is look I something.
Oh.
No, I don't understand it. I don't get it. Okay, we'll just keep moving on. Find some of these symbols again. What's up?
What?
Okay, so... encouraging me to get an instrument. I think this one might be love. Should be me. Can't select me now? I see. It doesn't get validated here. Interesting. Frozen? Not sure. Invisible hug, yeah. That's the hello. No idea what this is. Music and an instrument are not allowed here. Somebody who plays music. I don't know. You know, this isn't holds or wields. Seem to be help either? No, I don't think so. Alright, let's go to new spots then. Unless this thing's broken and I can't actually go this way. Don't have a hammer, he says. Get the hammer, he says. Okay. New symbol. Go, you can. Lemon Juice Lake. Yeah. Okay, so we have the same symbol on each of the directions. One points to where we just came from. Points towards. Or to indicate towards, I guess. Yeah, point towards meeting place, point towards other locations. This looks like it might be steam baths or something. Cool. More ways to go. Okay, let's see if this leads to hot baths. Something about being confused or drunk. They love that. Does it mean alcohol? Booze? Booze or wine? You love comedy, he says. I have no proof that I love comedy, I'm sorry. This probably means, like, theater, then. With the backwards RE for emphasis, of course. This could be good. Yeah, so we'll reassemble the slab. Or will I? I see, there's runes on the slab. This one's upside down. Or maybe it's not. No, it's not. You can tell. Because of the line. Oops. What's up? You're not a warrior. So we are seeking something. No idea. Looks suspiciously familiar. Lappy chosen. Wait, oops. Misclicked. No. Game's a scam. Hold on. Obviously means fly. Yeah, we gotta get to the credit roll. Lappy chosen 100% speed run. Caw. Ta-da! My power is unmatched.
Hey.
Oh, this is proof that we love comedy. Let's go to the theater because you love... We know this is not comedy because we already have comedy. We love Flappy Bird. Great. Find the man. Oop, that's wrong. Wrong. That's correct. Okay, get the blue guy. He's impressed. Yeah, you just have to win either of them. I kind of figured there'd be two options. Makes it more reasonable. If you really suck at Flappy Bird for some reason, you have a different option. Games in my games. Right, yeah, so that means games, almost surely. Video games, TM. You wanna fly? You man. If you seek to fly, you must hold something. You seek to fly, you're not a human. I need something that I don't have. Great. I'll be back never. Thanks. Path. Okay. The theater. Meeting place. I don't remember what the third symbol was. We'll be back to the signpost to find that out.
Oh.
Should be able to decipher that.
Oh.
Video games, me plural. You fly, you want. Oh, yeah, he's indicating we need this. This item up here. If you want to fly. I got the gist of it. What the heck am I looking at here? Got crushed by a giant wheel. Yeah. A regular pattern on that one, I see. Watch more closely. Two different wheels, they're out of alignment. There we go. We have it. Great.
Oh.
Lime. Be fine. So this is light, I think. Light or flame. Yeah, flame you find. You found the flame. He said stuff before about climbing to get it. I think. Oh, blocking me, thank you. Not me. He says, that's, I don't want it, is what he says. We have to use it elsewhere. Okay, so let's... You seek to fly... Playing games. Fly. Flame you seek want. No, I don't think I understand. Unless flying means climbing. Maybe this is what that means. There's one about gambling. Games. Aha! Okay, we got something. Play, ascend, and fire. Excellent. Progress. Ascend, you seek want. Right. And there was, I believe, another path in that direction that we didn't fully explore. But I want to do this now.
Great.
Oh, it's kind of spooky in here. A saw. Eh? I think it's a maze. Yeah, okay. So the saw indicates a particular direction. We might be able to learn, though. Not that one more time. I have no idea. How's it going, Sunman? Yes, I did watch parts of that interview. Cool to get confirmation we're going to have new characters. I'm really interested in what they mean by a game mode focused at competitive players. I'm very curious about that. Very, very curious. Okay. Windmill. So, yeah, path, windmill, theater, agora. Okay. Right. Do I like that they want to limit ascensions and focus on just having a greater pool of characters? Yeah, because the number of ascensions doesn't have anything to do with the overall difficulty of the game. Just how impactful those individual ascensions are. So I like it because it means less, like, tedious unlocking that you might have to do. Oh, hey, this looks familiar-ish. Holy labyrinth, though. The hell am I? Mysterious. This goes to the Agora. Tez with the Prime sub in 23 months. Where we came in. Go to the theater. We have proof that we like comedy. I was going to the theater. No. Get extremely lost. Great. Alright, I'll take it. To the theater, please. Oh, here. Goes nowhere? Might not be access to the theater. Okay. Then I would love to leave. It's a horrible place. Okay. We've seen this place from a couple other angles. Happy to go this way. Didn't even go anywhere. Alright, just let me leave, thanks. Any day now. Okay. Great. I'm out of here. That was awful. I love comedy.
Yeah.
To the theater you go.
Oh.
To ascend we want. Our first sign of a manservant. I see, but I can't pull the lever if I'm in it. That makes sense. So I'll take the stairs for now. The servant's path. Begin the play. The man seeks the path. He looks to ascend. The saw he found. Can go. The instrument he found. Something go. Like, but he went past. Spire he found. Blank go pass. He found compass. So help might mean compass. Could just mean help. Direction. Perhaps. Yeah, this could be hints for the maze. This would be a lot more helpful if I knew what the directional symbols meant. Found the path. We find monster or a foe. Can't see that last symbol again. That not gonna go in my book or anything? Bruh. Ah, here we go, yeah. Foe or monster? Means like book or script. Book or writing. Yeah, here's the whole thing. For our convenience, there we go. And okay, the foe or the monster. Book. And help. Or maybe friend. No. Chosen or man or anything, right? Not sure about that one. Booze? Oh yeah, booze. Brother. Book, monster, and booze. Got it. Close enough. Progress. Right, number 5. I salute the man. To be chosen me was up. No, okay. Was up. Me chosen? No, I'm not sure. What should be the chosen I salute, right? That's what I said, isn't it?
Oh.
It's salute I. No, okay. Feel like that's what he wants, but I'm not sure yet. What does this do? Pog. Okay. Fast travel unlocked. How about you? Okay, so now I see. Now the sewer area actually is going to be having a purpose because these doors will be open. Okay. Great, I guess. Okay, so currently the missing piece of the puzzle is understanding what the words in the play mean in terms of corresponding to directions. So let's look around in other areas for ways to learn what those words mean. Let's see. Interesting. Do I remember which 4 words mark direction? It's all written down here. Oh, I should probably mark them as direction words, though. Yeah, this is the same direction. First one. Okay. Cool. Have I been... Let's go this way. I explored all this stuff over here. Back up here, okay. Way up. Way up. There are words I don't know either. Aha. Yes, that is crucial, actually. This is north. Oh, I muted there. Not sure when I muted there, sorry. I was saying that I believe this to be south, actually, based on the way that the character is oriented. Actually, wait. So the dot's on the bottom. No. No, I'm not sure, actually. If that's south or not. That might not be south. Okay. I think we've been to everything around here. We have to solve the puzzle to get further. I think I need to find more examples of these directions being used. My eyes are glowing, yes. I've activated laser mode. Okay, I can no longer pick up the other tools. Confirming I didn't need those for anything. See, I see. I can decipher some of the earlier symbols. Chosen love? No. Thing. How do I know if something is in the correct slot? I only know that once 3 things have been locked in. Okay, there we go. We got greetings, question. Okay, those are question. And a bard. Chosen was wrong, I see. Holding or wielding? Is this holding or wielding? Not sure about these ones. I feel like this is the one is wrong. Weird. What am I wrong about? Mysterious. Let's go take a look. Now that we have some better understanding of words, take a look at some of the other things we found. See if we can get better deciphering. Yeah, can you look? Being asked. Curious. Yeah, do I have to get the coin from down here? I don't think so. Or maybe I do. Oh, yeah, there it is. There it is. Yes. We absolutely have to get that from the sewers. Okay. Alright, let's start with that. That's not what I meant to click on. Thanks. What to go? We follow the path to the Agora. In the sewers here. The dead ends. This place is still a labyrinth. What's the path to Agora? The heck am I, man? Okay, that looks promising, though. There we are. We have it. Oh, sick. North. Yeah, south. East and west. You didn't let me label those though. That's fine. It's fine. North, south. All right. Gotta have the tool thing first. This. There we go. Perfect. Okay, that is all we needed to decipher this. Yeah. Saw he found, west he went, the instrument he found, north he went. The fire he found, east he went. The compass he found, south he went. Then west he went. Great. Well then, now that we have the way forward, I don't see a whole lot of reason. I mean, it would be nice to lock in these from early. Yeah, let's try to do that, actually. Although I can use the teleporter to get back. So, next time I find a teleporter, we'll do that. What? No, I didn't click on you. Dang it. Thanks. Yeah. This isn't even where I wanted to go, right? Place. Yeah, here. Am I meant to do something with this? Oh, cool. That's very helpful, actually. Saw he found west he went. Go west, young man. Just check that. Oh, I see. Okay, it does reorient. You must actually use the compass. It's good to know. The harp he found, north he went. So we're going north here, which is that way. Spire he found, east he went. You have to know how to use a compass to do this. That way's north, that means east is up. The compass he found, and south he went. Go that way. The sword he found. Yeah, so we're definitely correct about sword. Hold on. Definitely correct about sword. Or weapon. We go west. The bone he found. Up he went. Hopefully I have enough health potions. Hi, friendo. Cannot enter the light. It's his weakness. I guess we go over here. Okay, good. Fun with perspective. We're safe over here. I'm sneaky. Go through that way as well, but this is good for now. Definitely almost got me there. What? Okay. Lower the gate. Oh no, it's stuck. Great. New language. I'm gonna like this one more, I can tell already. No worky worky. Seeking you are found we have. Cool. I'm not quite sure. Let's try straightforward here. You are plural is here too, I see. Okay, so this is plural, I guess. Plural? This would be seek. Find. BR finds. Great. So you, me, find, seek, and plural designator. You seek, we found. Okay, yeah, more straightforward. I do like that. Okay, here's the teleporter. I do want to go back. Like here? Wish they made weirder and weirder grammar rules as the game went on. I'm grateful that they did not do that. Yeah, I'm not the right kind of linguistics nerd for that. So I think that would push me past my limits. Not looking. Not searching. Beauty, I find. Seems like beauty. I still think is correct here. Bards love beauty. Warriors love swords. Men and warriors are confused. Okay, so I think love is correct as well. Okay. Never tried that configuration. So beauty, B. B? I mean B. Weird. Okay, so that's not the stupid man. Weapon, carry, possess. Idiot! Warriors are stupid! Yeah, beauty the bards love, weapons the warriors love. Stupid warriors are. Very stupid. Okay. And then there's a little bit more. All the pages we've found, we've deciphered. Okay. Great. These bards are jerks. Alright, chat, I do want to continue adventuring here, but I definitely need a really quick bathroom break before I go any further. So I'm going to take a short interlude here, just a couple minutes, to relieve myself, and then I'll be back at it. So I'll be right back. Dreamer is gone. Quick, invent new languages. Yes. Confirmed. Wait, we're back here. But Friendo is gone now. He's stuck forever. Now I'm lost. Let's press that first. Hold the lever second. Okay, hold on. One. Two. Three. Four. This would be five. Yeah. Good job, scientists. Welcome to Science Land. There's a lot of new symbols. Looks like a map of the facility. Yeah, first floor. No elevator access to basements. Well, there's actual scientists around. What's up, science buddies? Put us on the second floor. Glad they have a facility map. Oh, yeah, you are here. Book? Ring coin. Does this mean ring? Coin? May not be correct. So it's a schematic for a lighter. It's like fire machine or something. You looking for a book? Your mechanical fire. They might be backwards. That definitely might be the case. Yep, definitely don't understand that. Yes, there are multiple floors in the library. These may not correspond to these. How's it going, the Kriarch? This game is pretty cool. I've been liking it so far. Guess that's the stairwell back to the first floor, maybe? Yeah, looks like it. I don't think that means coin. Undo that guess. Very library. I mean, what am I gonna do? Not get in it? Looks too fun. What do I think the skull and the X mean? I think it means no skeletons allowed. If you're a skeleton, you can't come through here. Thankfully, I'm not a skeleton, so I should be safe. Look out! Necrobinder not welcome. This is not a safe working environment. What's the symbol for workers' comp? Oh no. This is the machine we saw earlier. Put something in it, though. Got like death on and off. Pipe fumes. Punch cards. And sick hats. Beep boop. Back on the first floor. Yeah, especially stream games. Indeed, no wonder I did not like Blueprints. Blueprints has got some things you must endure if you want to play it. Didn't get very far into Blueprints directly. I only played like a couple of hours, but I watched a little bit of others and have read some things by other players who've played like 100+ hours that have solidified my decision to never touch that game again. Oh wait, maybe there is. Maybe I was right. Yeah, 3. Cup. Okay, hold on. This is ring. Empty. Chosen? People. Might feel like invent or discover. Yeah, Blueprint's definitely a game for note takers, that's for sure. Oh, this is going to be chosen. This is the symbol for scientist. Collectively, they're just like people. Or maybe like friends or something. Oh, good. We get a opportunity. Yeah, the divergence point here. So people diverge into the chosen and the scientists. That is a book. So these I'm quite confident about. These I think we just try a little bit. One of these is this. One of these is Spire. Swap those. No, okay. Take another look at that mural. Would also mean door. We have 3 symbols here. Fire ends. Oh, sure. Well, that should be this, right? There we go. Okay, this is the symbol for door. Fairy, apparently. Book. Alchemist, Bard, and Brothers. I see. Number 4. Rock. Okay. circled, but it's not a symbol. It's a number. It's a number. Hold on. What is that? It's a triangle and a square. 3 and 5. And then a different symbol. So this is a number. I don't know what this means. Okay. But play the blueprints again, only just a little bit. Okay, this is complicated equation garbage. Meant to make any sense? We're at the very top. I see. So that one's the coin, that one's the rock. I can do that while I'm looking at this, right? Perfect. Gold, silver, copper, and carbon. Okay, yeah, it's more elemental stuff. That makes sense, actually. Rather than the... Yeah, that makes sense. Cool. Good. The book building? Yeah. Okay. Neat. Okay, so we must find a bar of silver. And bring it here. Wait, what does that number mean? You've got higher numbers being listed here. Don't think I understand. Yeah, I don't understand. Definitely don't understand. We're on floor 2. Ferry gate. What? More symbols. Thanks for your help, friends. We can find the ferry bottling facility. Now you're talking. Okay, that presumably means food. Good. Number 4, huh? Oh, I see. Hold on. It's not food time. It's a clock. Waiting for this time. Simply wait. Big one moving? I don't think it is, right? Better watch that a little bit longer. It is moving? It looked... Yeah, I think it is moving, actually. We must only wait an hour of time, waiting for food. Delicious food. We have to suffer here for an entire minute, chat. It's a long time. Wait. Hold on, there's symbols on there. Wait. That gave us the other numbers, right? H and HS is 6 and 7. I think, right? Those are the symbols. No, squiggly H is 7. This is 7. And this one's 9. Let's see some of the other symbols too. 6, 10, 11. Oh yeah, and that also teaches you the numerical system as well, actually. That's kind of useful. You see that it's two ones. Also, 9 is reversed 1. Oh no, that's 10. Right. 1, 10, 11. Yes. Yeah. Yep. Food time. Food. We found some silver. For the machine. Which is right here. What? The dark day. This isn't what they're for? Hello? Got the right shape, though. I gotta melt them down into a bar. Yes, of course. I think it's time to take another look at the schematic of the machine that we found. Yeah, this. Silver, gold, copper. 2. Can I get that in my journal? No? How come not? Why do I have to manually record this one? Come on. Pipe is 1, metal is 2, lever is 3, button is 4. Okay, that's pretty simple. Now I just have to find my way back over to the machine, which was in the mining area. How else to get over here? Like there was another way. Now I have to do the belt gauntlet again. That's fine. It's not that hard. Go, go, go. Success. Here we go. The one. Turn it on. Wait, hold on. This teaches me low, right? And then this one is closed. Oh, huh? Two. Put this in. Three. Here we go. That's what we need. Yeah, where's the symbol for Asti? Exactly. Alright, can I remember where that other machine thing was now? Not really, huh? Is it through here? Definitely lost now. Ah, here it is. I've brought you silver. Great. All metals are fully charged. Now... something. Dispenses or something. I definitely don't know what to do with this. That's what I've learned. It's like a key maker. There's no way that's correct. But I will try it. You can see by all the discarded ones on the ground. There's no way this works, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Yes, we have to make one with the right proportions of metals. That does sound correct. What if those are reversed? Yeah, they are. Death, open, close. Got it. Cool. I assume this means E. All right, good progress. I think this is a good spot to wind things down for today, Twitch chat. We're getting towards the ending time of stream. It's been about 7.5 hours. And we made really good progress getting through the entirety of Zone 2 with a few symbols undeciphered still. And now working our way through the language of the alchemists, getting close to the probably base ending of the game. Well, I've said this isn't too long of a game. So I'm guessing 1 or 2 more sessions of this, which I'll continue to do on Saturdays until we finish. But for now, my Twitch chat, I'm going to get out of here. Thanks for watching this segment of Chants of Sennaar. It's quite a fun little game to work through. And we will be back at it, usually around 4 p.m. Eastern on Saturdays, so about 3 hours ago. I'll catch you later, Spin Their Yarns, Jiminy Whippets, Zyklon, The Consequential, Biostats, Palette Knife, Explosive Ash, Jankoviak, and everybody else. Thank you all so much for watching. I'll catch y'all on the flip side. Until next time, my friends, toodaloo, and night-night. That's right, we'll be back on Tuesday.